never imagined my own mom would steal my future. So I took back everything she built on my name. I, 24-year-old male, never thought I'd be the kind of person to turn their own mother over to the authorities, but here we are. My mom raised me alone after my dad left when I was 6. It was always just us two against the world, or at least, that's what she used to say. I worked 3 jobs through college while she bounced between part-time gigs, always talking about her next big opportunity that never came. I paid for groceries more often than not, covered her car payment twice, sent money for her electric bill probably a dozen times. I never complained, because that's what you do for family, right? Then 6 months ago, I landed it. The job. Senior developer position at a tech firm in Singapore. The salary was more than I'd ever imagined making. I remember calling her from the parking lot after the final interview, shaking while I told her the numbers. She cried. I cried. She said she was so proud of me, that all those years of struggle were finally paying off. I told her I'd pay off her credit cards first thing, maybe save up for a down payment on a small house for her once I settled in. She kept saying I was her perfect son, that she couldn't believe how lucky she was. 2 weeks before my flight, my phone rang. HR from the company. They said they needed to discuss my offer. My stomach dropped before the woman even finished her sentence. The position was no longer available. I'd declined it via email 3 days prior. I sat in my car for probably 20 minutes trying to understand what she meant. I hadn't sent any email. I pulled up my inbox right there on the call and scrolled through sent messages. There it was. Professional, polite, thanking them for the opportunity, but stating I'd decided to pursue other options. Sent from my account, my email address, but I never wrote it. The timestamp said 2:47 a.m. on a Thursday. I remembered that night because I'd fallen asleep on the couch around 11, watching some documentary. My laptop had been on the coffee table. I checked my login history when I got home. 1 session, my device, my apartment's IP address. No one had hacked me. Whoever sent that email had physical access to my laptop while I was asleep. And only one other person had been in my apartment that week. Only one person knew my password, because I'd given it to her months ago when her own laptop died, and she needed to print something. I drove to her place that evening, showed her the email on my phone, asked her if she knew anything about it. The look on her face told me everything before she even opened her mouth. She didn't try to deny it for long. Started with excuses about how she panicked, how she couldn't lose me, how I was all she had left. Then came the justifications. She needed help with bills. She'd be alone. What was she supposed to do without me here? I asked her if she understood what she'd done. Years of work, gone. My entire future, deleted in one email. She actually said I could find another job, one that didn't require moving across the world away from her. She'd sacrificed everything to raise me, and this was how I repaid her? By abandoning her? I left that night with a duffel bag of clothes, crashed on my friend Matt's couch. She called 17 times before I blocked her number. I didn't look back. 3 months later, I was living in Matt's spare room and piecing my life back together. Freelance coding gigs mostly. Nothing glamorous, but enough to cover my share of rent and start rebuilding my savings. I worked until 3 or 4 in the morning most nights, partly because the projects demanded it, and partly because I couldn't sleep anyway. The company in Singapore had been sympathetic when I finally explained what happened, but the position was filled. They said to reach out if something opened up again. I sent out applications to other places, but the momentum was gone. That specific opportunity, that exact role I'd worked years to qualify for, wasn't coming back. My mom's messages went through phases. First apologetic, begging me to come home so we could talk. Then angry, accusing me of being selfish and cruel. Then guilt-tripping, talking about her health problems and how stressed she was. I never responded to any of them. I decided to get my own place in month 4. Small studio, nothing fancy, but mine. I filled out the application, paid the fee, waited for approval. 3 days later, the landlord called to say I'd been rejected. Credit issues. That didn't make sense. I'd always paid everything on time. I'd been obsessive about it specifically to avoid my mom's financial mistakes. I pulled my credit report that afternoon and felt my stomach drop for the second time in 4 months. My score had tanked. Multiple inquiries for personal loans over the past 3 months. 2 new credit cards I'd never applied for. A line of credit from some predatory lender I'd never heard of. Addresses in my name that I'd never lived at. The earliest fraudulent application was dated 1 week after I'd moved out. I spent 2 days tracking down every account, called the banks, requested copies of the applications. When the documents arrived, I recognized the handwriting immediately. Not even close to mine. She hadn't even tried to forge my signature properly on half of them, just scribbled something vaguely resembling my name, and apparently that was enough. The worst part was finding her Facebook posts. Mutual relatives had screenshot some and sent them to me, asking what was going on. She'd been playing victim to anyone who'd listen, talking about how her ungrateful son had abandoned her in her time of need. Meanwhile, the credit card statements showed charges at department stores and restaurants. One loan had gone toward a weekend trip to a casino 2 hours away. I needed to hear her say it. I drove to her apartment with my phone recording in my pocket. She opened the door looking surprised, then immediately defensive. Started in on how I'd broken her heart. How could I just cut her off like that? Didn't I care that she was struggling? I asked about the loans, the credit cards, used specific account numbers. She went quiet for a moment, then tried to minimize it. She'd only done what she needed to survive. I'd left her with nothing. The bills kept coming, and I wasn't there to help anymore, so what choice did she have? She admitted forging my signature, said it was just to buy groceries and keep the lights on. $15,000 worth of groceries, apparently. The second she realized I might have been recording, her tone shifted. Threats about how I'd regret this, how blood doesn't turn on blood, how she'd make sure everyone knew what kind of person I really was. She actually said I wouldn't dare turn in my own mother. I found 3 more applications she'd submitted that week alone. One was for a business credit card using my social security number. She wasn't stopping. She wasn't going to stop. I called the bank's fraud department the next morning. The fraud department took it seriously once I sent over everything I'd collected. Copies of applications with her handwriting, the recording of her confession. Login records showing the transactions came from her IP address. They flagged every account, froze them, and started their own investigation. I filed a police report 2 days later, brought all the same evidence. The officer actually seemed impressed by how organized my documentation was, which felt surreal, like I was supposed to be proud of building a case against my own mother. She called me 12 times the day the banks contacted her. I'd unblocked her number by then just to see what she'd say. Every voicemail was some variation of, "How could you do this to me? I'm your mother. You're destroying my life." The last one was a threat to tell everyone what kind of son I really was. I blocked her again after that. The investigation spread faster than I expected. Once one bank found fraud, others started looking. Accounts got closed. Her credit score went from bad to essentially non-existent. Debt collectors started going after her directly for the money she'd actually spent. She had no way to pay it back. I made one more decision that I'm still not entirely sure about. I posted the whole story on a financial fraud awareness forum, anonymized, but with enough details that people could learn from it. How to spot the signs, how to protect yourself, what documentation to keep. I included the fact that it was apparent that family members can be perpetrators too. Somehow people in her area connected the dots. Screenshots started circulating in local Facebook groups. The woman who'd spent years posting about her successful son in tech bragging at church functions and neighborhood gatherings, was suddenly known as the mom who'd committed identity theft against her own kid. Former family friends reached out to me, saying they had no idea, that she'd always seemed so proud. Some relatives took her side, called me cruel, said family doesn't do this to family. My aunt left me a voicemail calling me vindictive and heartless. I only responded once, to my uncle, who'd sent a long text about forgiveness. Told him she stopped being family when she stole my future. 6 months after I walked out of her apartment with that duffel bag, I got another offer. Different company, better position, better country. The hiring manager had actually heard about my situation through industry connections and specifically sought me out. Said they respected someone who handled problems directly. My credit's recovering slowly. Fraud markers are on file now. The investigation into my mom is still ongoing, and there might be charges, though I'm not holding my breath on that. She still leaves voicemails on a new number every few weeks. I've stopped listening to them. I'm moving in 2 weeks. Everything's locked down this time with 2-factor authentication and a safe deposit box for my documents. Some days I wonder if I went too far. Then I remember finding that business credit card application. Remember her voice on that recording justifying everything. And I know she would have kept going until there was nothing left of me to use. She thought ruining my plans would keep me close. All she did was show me who I should have left years ago. They cut me out of the family business to teach me humility. So I took their biggest client and built my own empire. I'm 28, and for the last 10 years I've been working at my family's construction company. My dad, Marco, 61, started it with my 2 uncles back in the 90s. They love telling anyone who'll listen that they're self-made men who built everything from nothing. My older brother, Vincent, 32, has been there since he dropped out of college. He mostly does project management, which really just means taking clients out for drinks and golf. My cousin Danny, 30, handles the machinery and logistics side of things. I came in right after finishing my business degree. I thought I'd work my way up, learn the ropes, eventually become a partner. That was the plan, anyway. While Vincent was out schmoozing contractors and nursing hangovers, I was the one actually dragging this company into the 21st century. I set up project management software when they were still using paper schedules and filing cabinets. I created a digital bidding system that cut our proposal time in half. I built relationships with municipal contacts and personally brought in 3 major contracts in the last 2 years alone. I wasn't just working there. I was fixing everything they were too stubborn or too old school to change themselves. About 6 months ago, my dad started talking about the future of the company and making things official with paperwork and partnership agreements. He kept saying it was time to formalize the structure, get everything legally sorted out. I figured this was finally it. I'd earned it. I'd proven myself over and over again. 10 years of work was about to pay off. 3 weeks ago, Dad called a family meeting at the office. Everyone was there. My uncles, Vincent, Danny, even my mom showed up, which should have been my first red flag. Dad stood at the head of the conference table with this serious expression and started going on about legacy and responsibility and securing the future. Then he slid 2 folders across the table, one to Vincent, one to Danny. Partnership agreements, equity shares, legal documents making them official partners in the business. I just sat there staring at him, waiting for the 3rd folder. It never came. I finally asked, "What about me?" Dad couldn't even look me in the eye when he said I was too soft for this business, and that I needed to learn humility before I could handle real responsibility. Vincent actually smirked and said something about how I spent too much time on computers and not enough time with real men, doing real work. My uncles nodded along like this made perfect sense, like I hadn't been the one keeping this company competitive for the past 5 years. I didn't yell, didn't flip the table or throw a tantrum. I just stood up, grabbed my laptop bag, and walked out. As I was leaving, Vincent called after me that I wouldn't last a month on my own. I went home and didn't answer anyone's calls for 3 days. Then I got a call from someone I knew at the city planning office, just a courtesy heads up about a bid timeline for a project. That's when I found out my family's company was in final negotiations for a massive government housing project worth $4.2 million, spread over 18 months. Here's the thing that made my blood boil. I was the one who initiated that entire project. 6 months of meetings, relationship building, preliminary proposals. All me. I'd left all the project files on the company server when I walked out, because I figured it was the right thing to do. That night, sitting in my apartment staring at my personal backup files, I realized I had a decision to make. I spent the next week barely sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Vincent's smug face at that conference table. But I also kept thinking about my dad and the company that was supposed to be my future. Part of me genuinely wanted to just let it go, start fresh somewhere else, take the high road like my mom would want. Then Vincent posted on social media about the big project the company just landed. Some caption about real leaders making moves, with a photo of him and Danny shaking hands with one of the city officials I'd introduced them to. That's what decided it for me. I started making calls. Everyone I'd worked with over the past 5 years. Former clients, suppliers, the civil engineer who owed me a favor after I helped him land his first major contract, the architect I'd connected with the mayor's office. Within 2 days, I had enough verbal commitments to register my own LLC. I called it Apex Construction Solutions. The name felt right, clean, professional, ambitious. The government contract hadn't been finalized yet. My family's company was still in negotiations, still working out details. I knew every single weakness in their bid because I'd helped draft the preliminary version months ago. I knew they were overpricing materials by at least 15%. I knew they were underestimating labor costs because Vincent always did. I also knew the city was specifically looking for sustainable building practices and tech integration for project tracking, 2 things my family had always dismissed as trendy garbage that didn't matter. I put together a bid in 4 days. Tighter budget, better timeline, full digital project tracking with real-time updates for city officials, and green building certifications. I used every legitimate contact I'd made, every relationship I'd built on my own merit over the years. Nothing illegal, nothing stolen. Just the reputation I'd earned while my family was taking credit for my work. When I submitted the bid, I honestly felt sick. This was real. I was going head-to-head with my own family, with the company I'd grown up in. But I also felt something else. Vindication, maybe. Or just anger that hadn't worn off yet. 2 weeks later, the city planning office called. We'd won the contract. I was sitting in my new office, which was really just a rented space in a shared building downtown, when my dad called. I let it ring twice before I answered. He was screaming before I even said hello, asking me what the hell I'd done, how I could do this to the family. I stayed calm and just said I submitted a bid, same as him. He said I sabotaged them, that I stole their project. I told him I didn't steal anything. I won it fair and square. There's a difference. He went off about family loyalty and betrayal and how I was spitting on everything they'd built. Then he said something that actually made my hands shake. He said I was nothing without the family, that I'd fail within 6 months, and when I came crawling back looking for my old job, I shouldn't expect him to save me. I told him I wouldn't need saving. Then I said I won the contract because I was the man he said I wasn't. I hung up before he could respond. My mom called 10 minutes later, crying. Then my uncles, threatening legal action they had no grounds for. Vincent left a voicemail calling me every name he could think of. But the contract was legal. The bid was clean. And I had work to do. That was 2 years ago. Apex Construction Solutions now has 18 full-time employees and has completed 7 major projects. The government housing project came in under budget and ahead of schedule, which led to 2 more municipal contracts. We're currently bidding on a mixed-use development downtown that would triple our annual revenue. I'm not trying to brag, but the numbers speak for themselves. We're doing well. Really well. My family's company hasn't had the same luck. Without that big government contract, they couldn't cover some equipment loans they'd taken out. Last year, they had to sell off 2 excavators and a crane just to stay afloat. I found out through the grapevine that the crane was going up for auction, so I bought it through a third party. Then I had it delivered to one of my job sites and sent Vincent a photo with a message thanking him for the deal. Petty? Absolutely. Satisfying? More than I'd like to admit. 3 months ago, Danny reached out, said he was thinking about leaving the family business and wanted to know if I was hiring. I told him I'd think about it. Honestly, I still don't know if I can trust him. He didn't exactly stand up for me in that meeting 2 years ago. Vincent has completely cut contact, which I'm fine with. My dad still won't admit he was wrong about anything. My mom keeps trying to arrange some kind of reconciliation dinner that I keep declining because I know it'll just be an ambush to get me to apologize. Last week my uncle called me at 11 at night, clearly drunk, saying I destroyed the family. He said everything my grandfather built was falling apart because of my selfishness. He told me I should have just accepted my place and waited my turn like everyone else did. I didn't even respond. I just let him talk himself out and then hung up. The thing is, I don't feel guilty about what I did. I gave them 10 years of my life. I modernized their business, brought in major revenue, and asked for nothing but basic recognition and a seat at the table. They chose to cut me out. They made the call that I wasn't good enough, that I was too soft, that I needed to learn my place. They threw away the opportunity to have me as a partner. But now my mom is stuck in the middle of everything, stressed out and crying every time I see her. Some of my extended family won't talk to me at holidays. My younger cousins have been told I'm the villain in this whole story, the ungrateful son who turned his back on family. Last month at my grandmother's birthday, half the room wouldn't even make eye contact with me. So here's where I'm at. I built something successful. I proved I could make it on my own, that I wasn't too soft or too anything. I took the opportunity they literally handed me when they kicked me out. But my family sees it as betrayal. They think I went too far, that competing directly with them crossed some line I shouldn't have crossed. Was I wrong for taking the opportunity they threw away? Or was I finally justified in proving I was never the problem? Did I go too far by building something that directly competed with them? Or did they force my hand when they humiliated me and bet I'd fail? After my parents disowned me for refusing to fund their business, I made sure their company went bankrupt without me. I'm 29, and for 7 years I was the accountant for my parents' retail shop back in our provincial town. My dad is 58, mom is 56, and they'd been running this clothing and accessories store for about 15 years before I graduated university and took over their books. The place was a mess financially when I started, nearly bankrupt, honestly. But I'm good at what I do. Within 2 years, I had their debt restructured, better supplier contracts negotiated, and a complete custom accounting system built from scratch. I turned them profitable. That's when things got weird. Suddenly, my parents were taking month-long European vacations, buying new cars, throwing these elaborate parties for their friends. Meanwhile, I was working my actual accounting job during the day and doing their books nights and weekends for what they called an allowance. Barely enough to cover gas. But you know, family takes care of family, right? That's what they always said. 3 months ago, I got offered a senior position at an international firm in Singapore. Triple my salary, full relocation, the whole package. I thought my parents would be proud when I told them over dinner. Instead, my dad went red in the face and said I couldn't leave because the business needed me. My mom said the shop was my future, my inheritance. Why would I throw that away? Then they told me the real reason. They'd been hiding it for months, but the business was in trouble again. They'd taken out loans I didn't know about, maxed out credit for personal stuff, and now they needed to refinance. They wanted me to take out a personal loan in my name for $80,000 to cover their debts. Just until they got back on their feet, they said. I refused. I told them I wasn't going to destroy my credit for their financial mismanagement. My mom cried about how ungrateful I was, how they'd sacrificed everything for me. My dad just went silent. The next morning, all my stuff was boxed up on the front porch. My dad was standing there and told me if I wasn't with the family, I wasn't part of the family. He said not to come back. They actually disowned me over this. I moved in with a friend, accepted the Singapore job, and blocked their numbers. I figured that was it. I'd moved on. They'd made their choice. Whatever. But 2 months later, my cousin Derek messaged me. He's 24, not particularly close with my parents, so he felt okay telling me the truth. They'd replaced me as their accountant, with my other cousin Marcus, who's 26 and barely graduated high school. His only real job experience was working as a cashier. The worst part? Derek sent me screenshots from Marcus's social media. He was posting about his work, using my templates, my entire accounting system that I'd built from scratch. They'd just handed everything over to him after removing my password protections. I still had back-end access to their accounting software. They'd never fully removed me. I logged in out of curiosity, and what I saw was a disaster. 3 months of completely wrong entries, missing invoices, unreported sales, and clearly falsified records to make their income look lower than it was. Obvious tax evasion, not even done well. I logged out and tried to forget about it. It wasn't my problem anymore. Then I saw my mom's Facebook post about how her son had abandoned the family in their time of need. She didn't name me, but everyone knew. The comments rolled in, from relatives and family friends calling me ungrateful. My aunt shared it. People I grew up with were messaging me, asking what happened, already convinced I was the bad guy. That's when I stopped trying to forget about it. I couldn't sleep that night after seeing the post. I kept thinking about how they'd kicked me out, stolen my work, and now were destroying my reputation on top. And everyone was just believing them because no one wants to be the person who challenges the sad parents whose son abandoned them. The next morning, I logged back into their accounting system and spent 4 hours going through everything. I documented every single falsified invoice, every unreported transaction, every instance of them paying employees under the table to dodge taxes. I took screenshots of everything and downloaded all the reports I needed. Then I compiled it into one organized folder. I sent it anonymously to the tax office, just a concerned citizen reporting clear tax fraud. Because that's what it was. I didn't make anything up or exaggerate. I just showed them exactly what my parents had been doing. Then I went to work and tried to have a normal day, even though I knew what I'd just set in motion. 3 weeks later, Derek messaged me that my parents got audited. Tax investigators showed up at the store unannounced and spent 2 days combing through their records. Marcus apparently panicked and tried to hide documents, which just made everything worse. I didn't reply to Derek, just asked him to keep me updated. The updates came in pieces over the next month. The audit found everything I knew they'd find. My parents got hit with massive fines for current violations, plus back taxes from previous years. They tried to fight it, but the evidence was right there in their own records. They had to take out another loan just to pay the fines, then couldn't make rent on the store. Suppliers heard about the audit and started demanding payment up front. Within 2 months, they were forced to liquidate everything. The store closed in October. They sold inventory at a loss, auctioned off the fixtures, and walked away with basically nothing after settling their debts. I watched it all happen from Singapore, through Derek's messages, and the occasional Google search. I didn't feel satisfied or guilty, just kind of empty. Then Derek mentioned something interesting. One of their main suppliers, the company that had provided most of their inventory for years, was selling off regional franchise rights. They'd cut ties with my parents after the audit because they didn't want any association with tax fraud, and now they were looking for someone reliable to take over our region. I looked into it. The franchise opportunity was actually solid. Good profit margins, established brand recognition, and they were practically giving away the regional rights because they wanted to distance themselves from the whole mess with my parents. I applied under my company credentials, went through their vetting process, did all the paperwork. 6 weeks later, I owned the franchise rights for the exact same supplier my parents had worked with for over a decade. I'd be lying if I said the irony wasn't satisfying. I now controlled access to the products they'd built their entire business around. Not that it mattered anymore, since they didn't have a business. Word spread fast, obviously. Small town, everyone knows everything. My aunt called me about a month after I bought the franchise rights. I'd unblocked some family numbers by then because I was tired of hiding. She was furious, asking how I could do this while my parents had lost everything and were living with my uncle because they couldn't afford rent anymore. I told my aunt I'd bought a franchise opportunity, not destroyed anyone. She said Derek told everyone I was the one who reported them. I asked if Derek also mentioned the tax evasion and falsified records and employees they were cheating. She said that wasn't the point. I told her that was exactly the point. They broke the law, and I just made sure someone noticed. She hung up on me. The family split pretty predictably after that. The older generation thinks I'm a monster who destroyed his own parents out of spite. The younger cousins are more mixed. Some think I went too far. Others think my parents had it coming. My parents haven't contacted me directly. Derek told me my dad refuses to say my name anymore, and my mom cries whenever someone mentions me. Part of me feels bad about that. But then I remember standing on that porch, looking at my boxed up stuff, while my dad told me I wasn't his son anymore because I wouldn't destroy my credit for their mistakes. I've been running the franchise for 3 months now, and it's doing really well. I hired competent people, set up proper systems, and treated it like an actual professional operation. Turns out when you don't siphon off profits for vacations and new cars, a business can thrive. Last week, I ran into Marcus at a distant relative's funeral. He avoided me the entire time. My parents didn't show up, which was probably smart on their part. Near the end, an older cousin I barely know cornered me and said my parents are really struggling. Too proud to ask for help, but struggling. She asked if I was okay with that, knowing I could help them. I thought about it for a second, and told her my parents taught me that family only matters when it's convenient. I'm just applying what they taught me. She walked away looking disgusted. Here's what I keep coming back to. I didn't make them evade taxes. I didn't make them falsify records. I didn't force them to disown me. I just stopped protecting them from the consequences of their own choices. And yeah, maybe I benefited from their downfall by buying that franchise. Maybe that makes me the bad guy. But I can't shake this feeling that if I'd done nothing, if I'd just stayed quiet and moved on, they'd still be telling everyone I was the ungrateful son who abandoned them. At least now there's an actual reason for them to hate me that isn't just me choosing my own future over their debt. Some relatives have started saying I destroyed my family's livelihood. But their livelihood was already destroyed the moment they chose to break the law and then cut me off for not enabling them. I reported actual crimes. I bought a legitimate business opportunity. Everything I did was legal. I'm not losing sleep over it anymore. The franchise is successful. I'm doing well in my career, and I'm thousands of miles away from all the drama. My parents made their choices, and I made mine. They taught me that family is only important when it benefits them, so I don't feel obligated to fix the mess they created. I guess I'm just putting this out there to see what people think. Did I cross a line, or did they get what they deserved? After they mocked me for being the failure, I made them beg for a job at my company. I, 26, never thought I'd hear my father's voice again after what he said to me 5 years ago. But there it was, coming through my phone at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday, calm, measured, like nothing had ever happened. He said he wanted to reconnect and talk business. My older brother Derek, 30, was apparently there too, listening on speaker. I need to explain why this phone call hit me like a punch to the gut. Growing up, I was always the disappointment. Derek was the golden child, top of his class, star athlete, graduated with honors and stepped right into my father's construction company. Meanwhile, I struggled with anxiety so bad I could barely get through a semester of college. I dropped out sophomore year, and my parents never let me forget it. Every dinner was a comparison. Every conversation somehow circled back to what Derek accomplished and what I failed at. The breaking point came when I was 21. I was still living at home, working part-time at a coffee shop, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. My father sat me down one night and told me I was a waste of space, said I had no ambition, no drive, nothing to offer. My mother cried, but didn't say a word in my defense. Derek just stood there with his arms crossed. They gave me a week to leave. I left that weekend with $200 and whatever clothes fit in my car. The next 3 years were hell. I crashed on friends' couches until I wore out my welcome, then moved into a studio apartment that was basically a closet with a hot plate. I worked at that coffee shop for another year, then got a job at a call center that made me want to walk into traffic every morning. But I had a lot of time alone, and I started teaching myself to code. Used library computers, watched free YouTube tutorials, bought cheap courses when I could afford them. I built small websites for local businesses, made apps that nobody used, failed over and over. There were nights I ate ramen for dinner because that's all I could afford, and mornings I seriously considered giving up and crawling back home to beg for forgiveness. Then, 2 years ago, everything changed. I created a project management app specifically designed for construction and real estate companies. A small real estate firm tried it out, loved it, and told their network about it. Within 6 months, the app went viral in the industry. By the end of year 2, I had 50 employees and $8 million in revenue. I bought a building and put my company name on it. Regional business journals started covering my success. That's probably how my father found out. That's probably why he was calling. On the phone, he kept the conversation vague. Said the family wanted to see me, that enough time had passed, that maybe we could discuss some opportunities for collaboration. I knew it was bullshit. My father doesn't do anything without a reason, and sentimentality has never been one of them. I agreed to meet them, but not at a restaurant like he suggested. I told them to come to my office. I wanted them to see exactly who I'd become. They showed up in a truck that looked like it had been through a war. I watched from my office window as they parked and just sat there for a minute, staring up at the building. My assistant met them in the lobby and brought them up to the top floor. I stayed at my desk, answering emails, making them wait just long enough to understand this wasn't a social call. When they walked into my office, I saw it on their faces, the shock. My father looked around like he was trying to find something to criticize but couldn't. Derek wouldn't make eye contact. They complimented the view, asked how long I'd been in this building, made uncomfortable small talk that I didn't help along. I just waited. Finally, my father got to the point, said he wanted to discuss a potential partnership between our companies. Derek nodded along, adding something about how they could bring me into the real family business and how my tech skills could be useful. I almost laughed. They were sitting in my building, in my company, and they still thought they were doing me a favor. Here's the thing. I'd already done my research the second my father called. Their construction business was drowning. They'd lost 3 major contracts in the past year. Their systems were stuck in the 1990s, and they had debt piling up from projects Derek had mismanaged. My father had refused to modernize, insisted on doing things the old way, and now they were about 6 months from bankruptcy. They didn't want a partnership. They needed a lifeline. My father laid out his pitch about family helping family, about how we could merge our companies and create something bigger together. Derek jumped in with ideas about how I could digitize their operations, set up new systems, bring in my clients. They had it all planned out. What they didn't mention was the money they needed, or the fact that they were desperate. I let them finish. Then I opened a folder on my desk and slid 2 contracts across to them. I told them I wasn't interested in a partnership, but I was hiring. The first contract was for Derek, assistant project manager position, reporting to my actual PM, $55,000 salary. The second was for my father, consultant role, 6-month probationary contract, $60,000. Standard benefits, performance reviews every quarter, no special treatment. I said it clearly. They'd be working for me, not with me. The silence in that room was worth every night I'd spent eating ramen in that closet apartment. My father's face went red. Derek started arguing about his experience, his degree, how he'd been in the industry for years. My father tried to negotiate, fell back on the whole "we're family" speech. I didn't move. Told them these were the positions I was offering, and they could take them or leave. They asked for time to think about it. I gave them 48 hours. As they were walking out, Derek muttered something under his breath about disrespect. I called them back and changed my mind. They had 24 hours instead. I had other candidates to consider. They left looking smaller than when they'd arrived. My father called the next morning. His voice was tight, barely controlled. He said they'd take the positions. I forwarded their contracts to HR and treated it like any other hiring. They started the following Monday. My father showed up in a button-down shirt looking uncomfortable, and Derek wore a tie he kept adjusting. I was in my usual jeans and hoodie. My project manager, who's 27 and has half Derek's years in the industry, gave them their orientation. Derek got assigned a cubicle in the open floor plan. My father got a shared office space with 2 other consultants. The first few weeks were exactly what I expected. Derek tried to assert authority on projects and got shut down by the PM. My father attempted to go around the chain of command and come directly to me with suggestions. I responded via email, copying HR, telling him to follow proper protocols. They both looked miserable every single day, but they showed up and did the work because they had no other choice. My father tried to invite me to a family dinner after work one evening. I declined, said I had plans. I didn't, but that wasn't the point. Derek caught me in the parking lot another time, asked if we could grab a beer and talk as brothers. I told him I don't socialize with staff outside work hours and that it was company policy. The look on his face almost made me feel something, but not quite. This isn't the dramatic, explosive revenge story people probably expect. I don't yell at them or humiliate them in meetings. I don't sabotage their work or set them up to fail. I just treat them like employees, which somehow feels worse for them. My revenge is quiet. It's watching my father clock in every morning at a job where nobody knows his name. It's Derek submitting reports to someone younger than him and having to accept feedback without argument. It's the success I built without them, despite everything they said about me. It's been 4 months now. They do their jobs adequately. Nothing special, but nothing fireable either. My mother has called twice asking me to go easy on them, to forgive and move forward. I haven't responded to her calls. Sometimes I see them in the break room looking exhausted, and I feel nothing. Not satisfaction, not anger, just professional distance. Derek's 6-month performance review is coming up soon. My father's contract ends in 2 months. I haven't decided if I'll renew it or let them go. Part of me thought this would feel different, that watching them humble themselves would fill some hole they created when they kicked me out. But the satisfaction I expected hasn't really arrived. I thought proving them wrong would be enough. My board just approved a major expansion and we're doubling in size. By normal standards, Derek's performance would qualify him for a promotion to full project manager. My father could become a permanent senior consultant. They've actually earned it by the metrics we use for everyone else. So now I'm stuck in this weird position where I have to decide if I give them what they've legitimately earned, or if I let them go and finally cut them out completely. Sometimes I don't know if I'm being professional or just prolonging my own pain. They raised me to believe I'd never be enough. Now they work for the man they said would never make it. How I let my brother destroy himself after he stole my dream job and lied to our parents. I, 27, recently graduated architect, have been dealing with my older brother Marcus, 29, for my entire life. We both studied architecture, but anyone who knew him from school could tell you he was the type to take shortcuts and claim credit for group projects. My parents never saw that side of him, though. To them, Marcus was the golden child who could do no wrong. 8 months ago, I applied to Hartman & Associates, one of the most prestigious architecture firms in the city. I was out of town visiting a friend when they sent the interview invitation. Marcus and I shared a home office space back then, so he had access to my laptop whenever he wanted. When I got back, I never saw any email from them. I figured I just didn't make the cut and tried not to think about it too much. 2 weeks later, Marcus announced at dinner that he'd landed a job at Hartman & Associates. My parents threw him this huge celebration, went on and on about how proud they were. I sat there feeling like a complete failure, wondering why I didn't even get a call back. For the next 6 months, every family dinner was the same. Dad would ask Marcus about his projects. Mom would brag to relatives on the phone, and I'd get these looks of disappointment. The, "Why can't you be more like your brother?" was never said out loud, but I felt it every single time. I ended up doing freelance CAD work, barely scraping together enough to pay the rent my parents charged me. Meanwhile, Marcus would come home and brag about his designs, describing concepts that sounded weirdly familiar to stuff I'd shown him from my portfolio. I started doubting myself, wondering if I'd picked the wrong career entirely. Then, 3 weeks ago, everything changed. I ran into David, a former classmate, at a coffee shop downtown. We caught up for a bit, and he mentioned he'd been working at Hartman & Associates for 4 months. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. "It's wild working under you, man. Didn't know you went by your middle name, though." I don't use my middle name professionally. I never have. David must have seen the confusion on my face because he pulled out his phone and showed me the company directory. There was my full legal name listed as a junior architect. The photo next to it was Marcus. I told David I'd never worked there. He looked at me like I was joking, then like I was crazy, then just confused. I made some excuse and left. The drive home felt like it took hours, even though it was 15 minutes. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel as I pieced together what Marcus had done. When I got back to the house, Marcus was in the kitchen on the phone, laughing about landing some new project. He saw me walk in and smirked. Actually smirked. Then he asked how the freelance life was treating me. I didn't say anything. I just went to my room and started planning. That night, I went through my old laptop and found the original interview invitation in the trash folder. The timestamp showed it had been moved there the exact day I left town. Marcus's laptop password was still the same one he'd used since college. His ego made him predictable like that. I waited until he left for work the next morning. His email was a gold mine. He'd forwarded my interview invitation to himself, then permanently deleted it from my account. He responded to HR from a fake email address using my name. There were preparation notes where he'd literally rehearsed answers using my portfolio projects. I screenshot everything and saved it to an external drive. Then I searched his room. I felt disgusting doing it, but I was way past caring about boundaries at that point. Found a fake employee ID badge with my name and his photo. His company laptop login credentials were written in a notebook, and the username was my full legal name. He even had copies of his project presentations saved, and I recognized my design philosophy in every single slide. For 3 days after that, I couldn't function. Didn't sleep, barely ate. Part of me wanted to march into Hartman and Associates and expose him right there in front of everyone. But I knew confronting him directly would go nowhere. Marcus had spent his entire life lying and manipulating his way out of consequences. If I told our parents first, they'd just take his side like they always did. Any direct confrontation would just let him control the story. Then came the family dinner that changed everything. Marcus announced he was getting promoted to project lead, started showing off about the mentorship he'd been providing to junior staff. My dad literally said, "This is what happens when you work hard instead of making excuses." Mom squeezed Marcus's shoulder and looked at me with pure disappointment. Marcus caught my eye across the table and smiled. Not a normal smile. He knew that I knew. That smile told me everything. He'd figured out I'd discovered the truth, and he didn't care. He thought I wouldn't do anything about it. The next morning, I created an anonymous email account, compiled everything I had, the forwarded emails, screenshots, a photo of the fake ID, a complete timeline of events. Wrote a formal complaint to Hartman and Associates HR and their legal department explaining the identity fraud. Made it clear that I was not the employee working there, attached proof of my actual identity separate from their records, added that I had more evidence and witnesses if they needed it. I sat there with my finger hovering over the send button for 20 minutes. Thought about what would happen, how it would blow up my family, how Marcus would spin himself as the victim. Then I thought about that smile, about 8 months of feeling worthless, about my parents treating me like a failure while praising the person who stole from me. I clicked send at 2:47 a.m. Didn't feel satisfaction or relief or anything really, just empty. 48 hours later, Marcus came home in the middle of the day. His face was pale and his hands were shaking. I heard him on the phone in his room, voice getting louder. Something about how it wasn't him, how someone was framing him. That evening, he stayed locked in there and skipped dinner. Dad complained about Marcus being stressed from work. 3 days after I sent the email, my parents got a call from Marcus. He was sobbing. He'd been fired. Not just fired, but terminated. for identity fraud and misrepresentation. Hartman and Associates reported him to the State Architectural Licensing Board. His professional reputation was destroyed before it even started. They mentioned potential legal charges for fraud. My parents demanded I come over immediately. Marcus had told them someone anonymously targeted him with false accusations. Swore he had no idea who would do this. I sat there listening to him lie. Said nothing. Mom cried about his ruined career, about how cruel someone must be. Dad kept pacing, talking about finding whoever did this. Finally, I spoke up. Told them it was me. The room went completely silent. I explained everything. The stolen email, the fake identity, the 8 months of suffering while they praised him and looked down on me. Showed them the evidence on my phone. Marcus turned red and started yelling that I was lying, that I'd doctored everything. My parents looked between us, and I could see they didn't want to believe it. Mom said, even if he made a mistake, did I really have to destroy my own brother? Dad told me I'd gone too far, that family doesn't betray family like this. That's when I realized they were never going to see Marcus for who he actually was. Told them I was moving out, that I'd already put a deposit on an apartment. Marcus screamed that I'd ruined his life over nothing. I looked at him and said he stole 8 months of my career and made me feel worthless, and I just gave the truth back. Walked out while Mom was still crying. I moved out 2 weeks ago, got a studio apartment across town, and finally have some peace. Started my own small design firm doing residential projects. It's slow going, but it's actually mine. My parents have called 17 times. I haven't answered once. The voicemails range from angry to pleading to guilt-tripping. Marcus sent one text saying he hoped I was happy because I destroyed everything. I deleted it without responding. Ran into David again last week. He bought me a coffee and apologized for being the messenger. Said the whole office knew what happened, that most people had suspected Marcus was sketchy anyway. Told me if I ever wanted to apply legitimately, he'd put in a word. I thanked him but said I was done with that place. Sometimes at night I wonder if I went too far. Then I remember that smile across the dinner table. He didn't just steal a job. He stole my confidence, my momentum, 8 months of my life. And he was proud of it. I didn't ruin him. I just stopped protecting him from his own choices. He stole my career, so I let the truth take his. No yelling, no fight. Just quiet revenge. It started with a stolen inheritance, but ended with my aunt begging me for a job. I'm 26 now, and I need to tell this story because it's been eating at me for years. I lost my dad when I was 22, right in the middle of grad school. He was the only person who ever really believed in me. My mom left when I was 8, so it was always just us. When he died from a sudden heart attack, I was completely lost. My Aunt Patricia, his older sister, was 54 at the time. She swooped in immediately after Dad died, handling funeral arrangements and calling relatives. She ran this small cafe downtown and had always been the loud, confident type. Dad was quieter, more like me. I was too numb to do much besides show up where people told me to. Then came the will reading, 3 weeks after the funeral. Dad had a modest estate, his paid-off house and about $80,000 in savings. Nothing huge, but enough. He'd told me multiple times that everything would be split between Patricia and me. My half was supposed to cover my remaining tuition and help me get stable after graduation. The lawyer called us both into his office. I remember sitting in that cold room with the leather chairs, Patricia next to me patting my hand. The lawyer slid the documents across his desk, and I started reading. The will stated that Patricia would receive the entire estate. Everything. The house, the savings, all of it. I looked up, confused. The lawyer told me Dad had updated his will 2 weeks before he passed. This was the legal document on file. Patricia squeezed my shoulder and said Dad had wanted someone responsible to handle everything. That he'd realized I wasn't ready for that kind of money, that I was too young, and he wanted her to manage things until I was more mature. I tried to contest it. I called 3 different lawyers, but none would take the case without a retainer I couldn't afford. The will looked legal, properly notarized, filed correctly. Without proof and without money, I had nothing. The last time I spoke to Patricia was at the house, when she was having it appraised. I asked her if this was really what Dad wanted. She looked at me with this cold smile and told me I was always the charity case, that my father had finally realized who deserved his legacy. I dropped out of grad school 2 months later, moved into a cramped studio apartment in a bad part of town, and worked 2 jobs, retail during the day, bartending at night. For 4 years, I barely survived. Every month was a struggle. I ate ramen and cereal. I watched my friends graduate and start careers while I folded clothes and poured drinks. Patricia never called, never checked in. I saw on social media that she'd renovated the cafe with some unexpected funds and had moved into my dad's house. She was living my life, with my money. Then everything changed on a random Tuesday night when I was cleaning out my email inbox. I found something I'd missed 4 years ago. Something Dad had sent me 2 months before he died. It was a scanned copy of his will, and when I finally opened it, my hands started shaking. This wasn't the same will that had been filed in court. The will Dad had sent me clearly stated his estate would be divided equally between Patricia and me. His signature was at the bottom, witnessed and notarized 6 months before his death. I pulled out the court documents from my closet. I'd kept everything like some kind of reminder of how badly I'd been screwed. I put them side by side on my laptop screen. The signatures were different. The one on the court document looked almost right, but when I zoomed in, it was pixelated, like it had been copied and pasted. The date was different too. The court version was supposedly signed 2 weeks before Dad died, but the real will was from 6 months prior. Patricia had forged it. She'd actually forged my father's will. I couldn't sleep that night. I paced my apartment until 4 in the morning, going over every detail, making sure I wasn't crazy. But I wasn't. This was real. The next morning, I started tracking down anyone who'd been in that lawyer's office. I found his former assistant on LinkedIn, a woman named Carol. I messaged her asking if we could meet for coffee. She agreed, probably thinking I needed legal advice. When we met, I told her who I was and mentioned my father's estate. Her face changed immediately. She said she remembered the case and had felt terrible about it. Then she told me Patricia had come to the office multiple times after Dad died, insisting there'd been a mistake. Carol had heard arguing from the lawyer's office. Then one day a revised will just appeared in the file. Patricia had brought it in herself, claiming she'd found it in Dad's papers. Carol couldn't prove anything and didn't want legal trouble, but she remembered thinking it was strange. When I told her I had the original will, she said I needed to talk to a lawyer immediately. I spent the next week gathering everything. Copies of both wills, every email, Dad's death certificate confirming he died before the fake will was supposedly signed. Then I did something risky. There was a family party coming up for Patricia's daughter. My cousin mentioned it, and I asked if I could come. I went with my phone recording in my pocket. Patricia was telling stories, surrounded by relatives, and eventually started talking about Dad. She said he'd been so worried about leaving money to someone irresponsible. that she'd told him not to worry, she'd handle it properly. Then she said, thank God he'd listened to her and updated the will, and made some comment about having to outsmart the system to do the right thing. I had her, on recording, essentially admitting she'd manipulated everything. I found a lawyer the next day, a younger guy named David Chen, who'd just started his own practice. He looked over everything and confirmed it was clear fraud. He took the case on contingency. If we won, he'd get 30%. If we lost, I'd pay nothing. We filed 3 weeks later. The case took 8 months. David hired experts who confirmed the signature was forged. He got Carol to testify. He tracked down the notary whose stamp was on the fake will. She had no record of notarizing anything for Dad on that date. When the judge delivered his ruling, he called it one of the most egregious fraud cases he'd seen. He invalidated the forged will, stripped Patricia of everything, and ordered her to pay restitution for the 4 years I'd been denied my inheritance, plus interest. Patricia's lawyer tried to argue she didn't have the money. The judge didn't care. He said she'd liquidate assets if necessary. Turns out her cafe had been struggling for a year. The restitution order destroyed her. 3 months later, the cafe went up for bankruptcy auction. By the time the cafe went up for auction, I'd received my inheritance. The house had been sold, and I got my share of Dad's savings plus all the interest and penalties the judge ordered. It wasn't a fortune, but it was enough to pay off my debts, finish grad school, and have something left over. When I saw the auction notice, something clicked. I went with David and won the cafe for $38,000. I didn't tell anyone in the family. I hired a management company to handle the reopening under a new name, Second Chances Cafe. Let everyone think some anonymous investor bought it. 4 months later, the manager told me someone had applied for a part-time position. Older woman, overqualified, desperate for any work, even cleaning tables. The application had Patricia's name on it. I told the manager to hire her, put her on the worst shifts and start her on cleaning duty. 2 weeks later, I showed up during one of her shifts. Walked in wearing business casual with my laptop, looking like any other customer. Patricia was wiping down tables in the back. She looked smaller than I remembered. Tired. She'd aged badly. She didn't recognize me at first. I'd changed too. Better clothes, better hair, more confident. I ordered coffee and worked in the corner for about an hour. Then I walked up to the counter and asked the manager how the new hire was working out, loud enough for Patricia to hear. The manager said she was fine, punctual, kept her head down. I said, good. Make sure she knows the owner expects excellence. Patricia's head snapped up. I watched recognition hit her face. The confusion, then horror, then rage. I said hi and told her she works for me now. She tried to say something, but couldn't get words out. I mentioned how rough the job market must be for someone with a fraud conviction on their record. Then I reminded her what she'd said about me being the charity case. Told her she was always the one who needed Dad's help. She just convinced herself she deserved it. Now she gets to earn it back, one table at a time. That was 3 months ago. Patricia still works here. She tried to quit twice, but she needs the money. Bankruptcy and restitution orders don't leave much room for pride. I don't go in often, but when I do, I make sure she sees me. Make sure she knows who signs her paychecks. The cafe's actually doing well. We're turning a profit, and I'm thinking about a second location. I finished my grad degree last month. 4 years late, but I finished. Sometimes I wonder if I'm being petty. My cousin Jake asked if I'll ever forgive Patricia and let her move on. I told him she's free to leave any time. I'm just not making it easy for her. I think about Dad a lot, about what he'd think of all this. Not the revenge part necessarily, but the fact that I didn't let her destroy me. that I survived those 4 years and came out stronger. She stole my inheritance once. I just made sure she earned every penny of it back, one shift at a time. My mom sold my late dad's car behind my back, so I made sure she'd never profit from his memory again. I, 24, have been living at home with my mom ever since my dad passed away 2 years ago. I'm studying full-time and saving every penny I can to finally move out. It's been rough, but I've been managing. The one thing that kept me going was my dad's 1967 Mustang sitting in our garage. He left it to me specifically in his will. I'd spent my entire childhood watching him work on that car, learning how engines worked, going on weekend drives. It was more than just a car to me. My mom never understood that, though. Ever since Dad died, she'd been making comments about how I needed to let go. Stop being so dramatic, that it was just taking up space in the garage. She'd suggest selling it at least once a month, and every time I'd shut her down immediately. The car wasn't going anywhere. It was the one thing I had left of him that felt real, you know? Everything else was just photos and memories. The last few weeks before it happened, she'd been extra pushy about it. Kept saying we needed money, that I should be practical, that Dad would want me to be sensible. I told her we were fine financially, and the car wasn't for sale, period. She seemed to drop it after that, or at least I thought she did. She'd been in an unusually good mood that whole week, actually, making comments about finally being able to take care of things, about moving forward. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I should have known something was wrong that afternoon. I came home from university around 3, and the garage door was open. That never happened. My stomach dropped before I even looked inside. The garage was empty. Just a dark oil stain where the Mustang used to be. I found my mom in the kitchen, and I swear she looked smug. I asked her where the car was, and she just smiled and said she sold it. That we needed the money for an emergency. I thought maybe something happened, like the roof was leaking or the furnace died or something serious. But then she told me the emergency was her cosmetic surgery scheduled for next month. A procedure she'd been talking about wanting for years but could never afford. I completely lost it. I told her she had no right, that Dad left that car to me, that it was mine. She just waved me off and said everything in the house belonged to her now, that Dad left her in charge, and she made an executive decision. She said the money was already deposited, and maybe now I'd finally grow up and stop living in the past. I demanded to know who bought it, where it went. She refused to tell me anything and said it was done, that I needed to accept it and move on. Then she just walked away like the conversation was over. I spent that whole night in my room looking at old photos of me and Dad with the car. I felt completely hollow. But then the next morning, I found the sale paperwork on the kitchen counter. Mom had left it there. Probably didn't think I'd do anything with it. The buyer's name and phone number were right there on the receipt. She'd gotten $15,000 for it. That's when I decided I wasn't letting this go. I didn't sleep that night. I spent hours researching what I could do legally, reading through forums about property rights and wills. Then I remembered Dad's will was still in his office. Mom never bothered cleaning out that room, just kept the door closed like it didn't exist. I went in there the next morning while she was at work and found it in his filing cabinet. Right there, in plain writing, it said he left the 1967 Mustang to me, specifically. Mom had no legal right to sell it at all. I called the buyer that same day. My hands were shaking the entire time. He was this middle-aged guy, a car enthusiast, and at first he got defensive. He thought he'd gotten a legitimate deal and didn't want problems. But I explained the situation and sent him photos of the will. He went quiet for a bit, then said he felt terrible, but he'd already paid $15,000 and wasn't sure he could afford to just lose that money. I told him I'd get him his money back. I just needed the car returned. He agreed to think about it. That's when I remembered something Dad had set up years ago. He'd opened a joint savings account with both our names on it when I was 18. He told me it was for emergencies and my future, for when I really needed it. After he died, Mom never mentioned it, and honestly, I'd forgotten it existed. I checked online and the account was still active, still had both our names, and there was $23,000 in it. I sat there staring at that balance for a long time. Taking that money felt wrong somehow, even though my name was on the account. But Mom had already spent $8,000 of the $15,000 on a deposit for her surgery and new furniture for the living room. She'd taken something irreplaceable from me and used it for something completely selfish. Mom caught me researching lawyers one afternoon and tried to tell me I was being hysterical. Then our neighbor mentioned to me that they'd seen the car being towed and thought it was odd. Other relatives started calling because Mom had been complaining to everyone about me causing problems. She even gave me an ultimatum one night, told me to drop it or find somewhere else to live. I just looked at her and said I'd have the car back by the weekend. I withdrew $15,000 from the joint account and got a cashier's check. Met the buyer at a coffee shop with the will, all the paperwork, and the money. He seemed relieved, honestly. Said he'd felt guilty about the whole thing once he knew the real story. We did the exchange right there, and he handed me the keys. Before he left, he told me my dad would be proud I fought for this. Driving that car home felt surreal. I parked it right in the driveway instead of the garage, made sure it was visible from the street. When Mom got home and saw it, her face went completely red. She immediately asked what I did and where I got the money. I told her about Dad's account, the one he left for both of us, for actual emergencies. She grabbed her phone and saw the bank notification. The account was down to $8,000 now. She completely lost it and said she was calling the police for theft. The police actually showed up within 20 minutes. Mom had called them immediately and told them I stole from her. 2 officers came to the door and I showed them everything. The will proving the car was mine, the joint account documents with both our names, the original sale paperwork Mom had left out. They looked it over and basically told her it was a civil matter. I had legal access to that account, and the car was my property according to the will. One of them even told her I had every right to retrieve my own property. Mom was humiliated. Some of the neighbors had come outside when they saw the police car, and she just stood there while the officers explained she couldn't do anything about it. After they left, she went inside and started screaming at me. I didn't even argue back. I just went upstairs and started packing. I stayed with a friend that night and took the car with me. The next week I went to the DMV and transferred the title fully into my name, got new insurance, made sure everything was documented properly. I went back to the house one more time to get the rest of my stuff, while Mom sat in the living room giving me the silent treatment. I took Dad's photo albums, his tools from the garage, and some other things of his that Mom had already boxed up like she was going to throw them out. That was about 3 weeks ago now. I haven't talked to Mom since I left, but the rest of the family won't leave me alone. My aunt keeps calling saying I'm cruel and that I humiliated Mom in front of the entire neighborhood. My uncle demanded I apologize and give the money back. One of my cousins told me Mom is devastated and that I'm vindictive and ungrateful. Apparently Mom's been telling everyone her version, where she's the victim and I'm this terrible daughter who stole from her. She even posted something vague on Facebook about children who betray their parents. The only person who's been supportive is Dad's brother. He called me once and just quietly said Dad would have done the same thing. That meant more to me than he probably knows. I'm living in a small apartment now, and money is really tight, but I'm managing. The car is parked in my designated spot, fully insured, title only in my name. Mom has tried calling twice, but I haven't answered. The family group chat is still blowing up with people giving their opinions about what I did. Half of them think I was right. The other half think I'm horrible. I sat in the car yesterday and Dad's old air freshener is still hanging from the mirror. I keep going back and forth between feeling relieved and feeling guilty. Part of me wonders if I went too far. She's still my mom, even if she sold the one thing I had left of Dad. My relatives think I'm cruel for humiliating her and taking her money, but that account had both our names on it. The car was legally mine. I couldn't just let her erase me from Dad's legacy like I didn't matter. So was I wrong for taking back what was already mine? Or was this the only way to honor my dad properly? Because right now, I honestly don't know if I did the right thing, or if I just destroyed what was left of my family. My sister stole my college fund to buy her dream wedding, so I made sure her marriage ended before it began. I, 22, have been dealing with my older sister Maya, 25, and my parents my entire life. But what they did to me 6 months ago crossed every line I didn't even know existed. Here's the background. When Maya and I were kids, our grandparents set up savings accounts for both of us. Educational funds, specifically for college. They passed away when I was 16, but by the time I turned 18, my account had about $43,000 in it. Not enough to cover everything, but enough to get me through most of med school without completely destroying myself with debt. I was 2 years into my pre-med program and planning to apply to medical schools the following year. Maya has always been the favorite. She's prettier, more outgoing, better at making our parents look good in front of their friends and neighbors. Last year she got engaged to Derek, this guy whose family owns a chain of car dealerships. Old money, the kind that makes my parents absolutely giddy. From the moment she announced the engagement, every single family dinner became about the wedding. The venue, the dress, the flowers, the catering. Mom wouldn't shut up about how Maya was marrying well, and how this was the proudest moment of her life. I was fine with it at first, happy for her even. Maya and I have never been super close, but she's still my sister. Then in March, I logged into my savings account to check the balance. I was planning my next semester and wanted to see exactly where I stood financially. The page loaded, and I saw $127.34. That was it. Everything else was gone. I called the bank immediately, thinking someone had stolen my identity or hacked the account. The representative told me there had been a withdrawal of $42,800 2 months prior. Authorized withdrawal. My parents were still listed as co-holders from when the account was set up, and I was a minor. I'd never removed them because I trusted them. I didn't call ahead. I just drove straight to their house and walked in during dinner. I asked them directly where my college fund went. The guilt on their faces told me everything before they even opened their mouths. Dad finally admitted they had borrowed it for Maya's wedding. The venue she wanted cost $35,000 alone, and they'd already maxed out their credit cards. They promised they'd pay me back after the wedding once things settled down. I asked how they could take my money without even asking me first. Mom actually told me I was being dramatic. She said family helps family, and that Maya's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I pointed out that medical school was also once in a lifetime. Dad said I could just take out student loans like everyone else. Mom told me I should be happy for my sister instead of being selfish about money. I left without another word. I needed to talk to Maya. She was the one getting married. Maybe she didn't know they'd stolen from me to pay for her wedding. I met her for coffee the next day and explained everything as calmly as I could. I told her I wasn't mad at her, but I needed her help convincing our parents to pay the money back before the wedding so I could still afford med school. Maya stared at me for a few seconds. Then she laughed. She actually laughed in my face and told me I'd get over it. She said I wouldn't have made it through med school anyway, that I'd always been smart but never tough enough. At least this way the money went towards something that actually mattered. Something broke inside me right then. But instead of screaming or crying, I just smiled at her. I told her she was right and that I'd forget about it. She looked relieved and went back to showing me pictures of her dress. I nodded along and made the appropriate sounds while feeling absolutely nothing inside. That was 4 months ago. The wedding was supposed to happen 2 weeks from now. After that coffee meeting, I didn't bring it up again. My parents seemed relieved. Maya went back to obsessing over centerpieces and seating charts. I smiled at family dinners and pretended everything was fine. But I wasn't fine. I withdrew from my classes that semester. I couldn't focus on anything. Every plan I'd made for my future required that fund as a foundation. Student loans for med school would bury me alive. I just kind of existed in this numb autopilot mode for weeks. Then Mom asked me to help with wedding logistics because Maya was overwhelmed and needed her little sister's support. I said yes because what else was I supposed to do? Say no and confirm that I was the bitter, selfish sister they all thought I was. So I helped. I picked up wedding favors, confirmed vendor times, smiled through dress fittings where my mother spent more on Maya's alterations than I had left in my bank account. I played the role they wanted me to play. 3 weeks before the wedding, I was dropping off some gifts at Maya's apartment that had been delivered to our parents' house. She wasn't home but told me to just let myself in. I put the boxes down in her living room and was heading out when I noticed her laptop open on the coffee table. The screen was still on. I wasn't snooping. I really wasn't. But there were text messages pulled up in an iMessage window, and I saw them before I could look away. Messages from someone named Jay. The first message I saw said something about coming over at 8 after she was gone. Maya's response mentioned Derek thinking she was at a bachelorette planning meeting and that they had all night. I should have closed the laptop and left. I know I should have. But I didn't. I stood there and read through more messages. They went back months. Maya was sleeping with someone named James, and from the context, I figured out it was James Richardson, Derek's best man. They'd been hooking up since before the engagement. There were explicit messages, plans to meet up, jokes about how trusting and boring Derek was. I took pictures of everything with my phone. I'm not even sure why. Some part of me that had shattered in that coffee shop recognized an opportunity, I guess. I left her apartment and didn't tell anyone what I'd found. For 2 weeks I carried those screenshots around. I'd pull them up late at night and feel like I was being torn in half. Part of me knew that exposing Maya would destroy what was left of my family. Mom and Dad would never forgive me. I'd be the villain who ruined everything out of jealousy. But I kept remembering Maya laughing at me. Kept hearing my parents tell me to get over it, that I wouldn't have made it through med school anyway, that the money was better spent on something that actually mattered. The rehearsal dinner was on a Friday night at this expensive restaurant Derek's parents rented out. Both families, the wedding party, all their close friends. Everything was elegant and perfect. Maya kept kissing Derek and talking about how lucky she was. Mom kept saying this was the happiest day of her life. Dad made a whole speech about his daughter finding such a wonderful man. I excused myself to the bathroom. I sat in a stall and stared at my phone. I had Derek's number from the wedding planning group chat. I made a new email address. Anonymous. I attached all the screenshots of Maya and James's messages. I wrote one line telling him he should know this before tomorrow. I hit send. Then I went back out, finished my salmon, and smiled through the rest of the night like nothing had happened. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept waiting for my phone to explode with calls, but nothing came until the next morning. The wedding was supposed to start at 2 in the afternoon. At 9, my phone started going crazy. Mom called, then Dad, then Maya 3 times in a row. I let them all go to voicemail. When Mom called for the fourth time, I finally answered. She was hysterical. The wedding was off. Derek had shown up at Maya's apartment at 7 that morning with the screenshots. He'd confronted her, and she'd apparently tried to deny it at first. But then James confessed everything when Derek called him. There had been a massive blow-up. Derek's family pulled out completely. The venue wouldn't refund anything. Maya was devastated. Mom demanded to know where I was because Maya needed me, and this was a family crisis. I told her I wasn't feeling well and couldn't come. She called me selfish and hung up on me. I spent the rest of that day getting texts from relatives and Maya's friends. Everyone had a different version of the story, but the core facts were the same. Maya's affair was exposed. Derek called everything off, and it was public and messy and humiliating for everyone involved. Maya called me that evening, crying so hard I could barely understand what she was saying. She kept talking about how her life was ruined, how someone had done this to her on purpose, how it wasn't fair. I asked her if the thing with James was true. She went quiet for a second and then said that wasn't the point. Someone had deliberately destroyed her wedding day. Someone hated her enough to do this. I told her I was sorry and that I had to go. My parents spent weeks trying to fix things between Maya and Derek. They even offered to pay for couples therapy. Derek's family wanted nothing to do with us. James apparently moved to another state to get away from the whole mess. Maya completely fell apart. She moved back in with our parents and didn't leave the house for a month. Mom and Dad kept calling me to come over and support the family, but I always had an excuse ready. 2 months after the wedding that never happened, I met with a lawyer. Turns out what my parents did wasn't exactly legal. Taking money from an account with my name on it without permission, even if they were co-holders, especially when the account was set up specifically for my education by my grandparents. There was documentation proving what the fund was meant for. My lawyer sent a letter. They could pay back the full amount plus interest and legal fees, or I'd file a civil suit and possibly push for criminal charges. Dad called me immediately and said I was tearing the family apart. Mom got on the phone crying about how I was being vindictive, that Maya was already suffering and I was kicking them while they were down. I told them they had 2 weeks to decide. They paid. It took 3 months for them to scrape together the full amount. They had to take out a loan and borrow from relatives, but I got every cent back plus interest and legal fees. I haven't spoken to any of them since the check cleared. Maya left me a voicemail last week saying she knew I'd sent those messages to Derek. She didn't explain how she knew, just that she knew. She said I'd destroyed her life out of jealousy and that she'd never forgive me. I didn't respond. I'm enrolled in med school now. I start in January. It's my third choice school, but it's still a solid program. My apartment is tiny, and I'm still going to be drowning in loans for what the fund doesn't cover. But I'm actually doing it. Sometimes late at night I wonder if I went too far, if I'm a terrible person for what I did, if destroying my family was worth it. Other times I remember Maya laughing in my face and telling me I wouldn't have made it anyway. I remember my parents stealing my future and telling me to just get over it. So now I'm here, asking internet strangers, was I wrong for what I did? Or did she deserve everything that happened? Taking back my peace after my mother used my trauma to make herself a victim online. I, 24, have been no contact with my mother for 8 months now, and I thought I was finally starting to heal. I've got this small apartment across town, nothing fancy, but it's mine. I work at an office doing data entry, keep to myself mostly, and I've been trying to rebuild some kind of normal life. The kind where I don't wake up every morning with anxiety about what drama is waiting for me. For context, my mother has always been a narcissist, like textbook level. Everything had to revolve around her, and she always had to be the victim in every single situation. When I was growing up, she'd exaggerate illnesses to get attention from relatives, make up entire conflicts with neighbors that never happened, and twist normal family arguments into these elaborate stories where she was being abused or attacked. I remember once when I was 16, we had an argument about me staying out past curfew. Normal teenager stuff. She screamed at me for an hour, called me terrible names, then immediately got on the phone with my aunt claiming I'd threatened her. I hadn't even raised my voice. The final straw came about a year ago. I told her I needed space, that her constant manipulation was affecting my mental health. She responded by showing up at my old apartment at 2 a.m., banging on the door and screaming that I was an ungrateful daughter. When I didn't let her in, she called the police and told them I was suicidal, and she was worried. I had to explain to 2 cops that no, I was fine. My mother was just upset I wasn't answering her calls. After that, I moved without telling her my new address and went full no contact. Changed my number, blocked her on everything, the whole thing. So 8 months into this piece, I'm at work one Tuesday morning when my coworker Sarah walks past my desk and gives me this weird look, like pity mixed with concern. I didn't think much of it until lunch when my friend Marcus texted me asking if everything was okay with my family and that he'd seen my mom's post. My stomach literally dropped. I hadn't checked Facebook in weeks because I didn't need that kind of stress in my life. I opened the app and there it was, posted 3 days ago. My mother's face in some tearful selfie with a caption that made me feel sick. It was this long emotional rant about her mentally unstable daughter who abandoned her for no reason. She'd included screenshots of our old text conversations, except she'd cropped out her messages and only showed mine, making me look cold and cruel. There were old photos of us from years ago with captions about how mental illness had stolen her baby away from her. The post had 15,000 shares. The comments were worse. Hundreds of people calling me horrible names, saying I should be ashamed, that my mother deserved better. Someone had tagged my workplace asking if they knew their employee was treating her poor mother this way. My aunt left a comment calling me a disgrace. 2 of my cousins shared it to their own pages. My boss pulled me aside before the end of my shift, asking if I needed some time off to deal with my family situation. I could see it in his eyes. He believed her story. I left work early, went home, and just sat on my couch staring at my phone. Everyone in my hometown had seen this. My mother had made me into a monster, and thousands of strangers were agreeing with her. I could stay silent and hope it blew over, but would it? I could try talking to her privately, but that had never worked in 24 years. Or I could fight back with the truth, but that felt nuclear. Dangerous. I spent that whole night thinking about what I should do. By sunrise, I knew there was only one option left. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I had something more important to do. I spent the entire day going through everything I had saved over the years. Old phone backups, my external hard drive, email archives going back to high school. I found hundreds of text messages from her. Messages calling me worthless, telling me I'd never amount to anything, blaming me for her failed relationships. I had screenshots of her threatening to hurt herself if I didn't come over immediately. Then an hour later, posting happy selfies at a restaurant. I had it all. The most damning thing was a voice recording from 6 months before I went no contact. I'd started recording our fights because my therapist suggested documenting things, just so I could prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. In this particular recording, you can hear her screaming at me, calling me a selfish bitch, saying she wished she'd never had me. Then there's silence for a few minutes, and you can actually hear her typing on her phone. I'd watched her in real time draft a Facebook post about how her daughter had just verbally attacked her, and she didn't know what to do. The post was the complete opposite of what had actually happened. I also had bank statements showing she'd stolen almost $2,000 from my account when I was 22. She'd somehow gotten my debit card info and made purchases for months before I noticed. When I confronted her, she said I owed her for raising me. I'd kept all of this for 2 years, ever since my therapist told me to document everything. I never planned to use it. It was just proof for myself that I wasn't crazy, that the abuse was real. Now it was my only defense. I'm not going to lie, I second-guessed myself all day. Was I really going to do this? Would people even believe me? Was I just stooping to her level? But then I kept thinking about Sarah's pitying look at work, about my boss's concerns, about my aunt's hateful comment. I thought about how my mother was probably loving every second of the attention she was getting right now. And I realized if I didn't do this, she won. She got to rewrite history, and I became the villain forever. That evening, I made a throwaway Reddit account and posted everything on r/raisedbynarcissists. I laid out the whole timeline, uploaded all the screenshots to Imgur with names blacked out for Reddit's rules. I transcribed the key parts of the audio recording. I included the bank statements. I showed screenshots of her current viral Facebook post. I didn't use her name directly, but I included enough details that anyone from my hometown would know exactly who I was talking about. The post exploded within 2 hours. Hundreds of comments supporting me, people sharing their own similar stories. By midnight, someone from my hometown had connected the dots and screenshot my Reddit post to share back on Facebook. It started spreading through the exact same community groups that had shared my mother's original post. I woke up the next morning to my Reddit post having 50,000 upvotes. Marcus texted me that my mom had deleted her Facebook post, but it was too late. Screenshots were everywhere. People were reporting her original post for defamation and harassment. Some of her own friends were commenting on her page, asking why she'd lied, sharing their own experiences with her manipulation. I watched the whole narrative flip in real time. She tried posting defenses, but they only made things worse. People were commenting on everything she posted, telling her to stop lying, that they'd seen the evidence. I turned off my phone and sat in the silence of my apartment. I was shaking, but I felt lighter than I had in years. I didn't feel victorious yet. I just felt exhausted. But for the first time in my entire life, I felt believed. 3 weeks have passed since everything went down. My mother's Facebook friend list went from over 800 people to under 200. Her church group quietly distanced themselves from her. The local community Facebook groups she was always active in banned her for spreading misinformation. All that attention she'd craved her entire life turned into scrutiny and judgment. The relatives who always defended her, the flying monkeys who'd attack anyone who questioned her, they all went silent. My boss apologized for jumping to conclusions and told me to let him know if I needed anything. My coworkers went back to treating me normally. My aunt sent me a text apologizing for what she'd said, though I haven't responded to it. 2 of my cousins unblocked me but haven't actually reached out. My dad, who divorced my mother when I was 10, called me for the first time in years. He said he should have protected me better when I was growing up, that he knew what she was like but didn't know how bad it had gotten. I told him it wasn't his fault. There are still some people who believe her. Her sister, a couple of her longtime friends, some people from her past who don't really know the full story. But honestly, those are the same people who were never going to believe anything different anyway. My mother has tried reaching out probably 50 times since this happened. Angry voicemails calling me a liar, crying voicemails begging me to take down the post, emails that alternate between rage and playing victim. I haven't responded to a single one. I deleted the Reddit post after about a week because it had served its purpose, and I haven't posted anything else about the situation anywhere. Complete radio silence. I think that's what's hurting her the most, if I'm being honest. She wanted a fight. She wanted me to engage so she could keep the drama going, keep being the center of some story. By staying silent, I took away her ability to play victim anymore. She keeps trying to revive it, posting vague, sad quotes about betrayal and family, but nobody's paying attention anymore. The sympathy she got from that poor me my daughter abandoned me narrative is gone. Now she's just the woman who lied about her kid online and got caught. I'm back in therapy, working through all of this. I still jump every time my phone buzzes, wondering if it's another attack, or if she's found some new way to come after me. There are moments where I feel guilty for exposing her so publicly like that. But I also feel free for the first time in my life. I can actually breathe without waiting for the next manipulation or explosion. Looking back, I don't know if what I did was the right thing or just the necessary thing. I don't regret it, but I understand the weight of it. I know I'll never get an apology or any real acknowledgement from her about what she put me through. And that's okay now. I don't need it anymore. She wanted to be the victim of my story, but I made sure the world saw the real villain instead. Sometimes I wonder what she tells herself now when she's alone at night. Does she actually believe her own lies at this point? Or does she know, somewhere deep down, that she destroyed the one relationship with someone who loved her unconditionally, despite everything? I guess I'll never know. And honestly, I'm learning to be okay with that. I keep my phone on Do Not Disturb most days now. Turns out silence is louder than anything I could ever say to her. They kicked me out for being useless, so I made sure their dream home became mine instead. I, 25-year-old male, need to get this off my chest because I honestly don't know if what I did makes me a terrible person or if they had it coming. My parents have always been obsessed with appearances. Everything was about what the neighbors thought, what family members would say, how things looked to the outside world. Growing up, I was the disappointment because I didn't want anything to do with their small real estate business. My older brother joined right after college and became their golden child overnight. I told them I wanted to do digital marketing and freelance work instead. That's when things got really bad. They called it fake work. My dad would literally introduce me at family gatherings as our son who plays on his laptop, while my mom would tell relatives I was still figuring my life out. Didn't matter that I was pulling in decent money some months. It wasn't real to them because I wasn't wearing a suit or meeting clients face to face. This went on for years. I kept my head down, saved my money, and ignored their comments. I was making it work. I had about $40,000 in savings by the time I was 22. I was proud of that. Then their business hit a rough patch. They'd overextended on some properties and needed to cover a loan payment fast. My dad sat me down one night and told me it was time to contribute to the family. They wanted my entire savings, not as a loan, as a contribution, like I owed them for existing. I said no. My mom lost it, started screaming about how selfish I was, how family helps family, how I was an ungrateful parasite. My dad just went cold, told me if I wasn't going to be part of this family, I could leave. I thought he was bluffing until I came home 2 days later and found all my stuff in garbage bags on the front lawn. They'd changed the locks. Here's the worst part. They told everyone I'd stolen from them. The whole family. Cousins, aunts, uncles. They said I'd been mooching off them for years and refused to pay rent. My mom was posting on Facebook about how some children break your heart. I got kicked from the family group chat. People I'd known my entire life stopped talking to me. I was 22, homeless, and everyone thought I was garbage. I crashed on a friend's couch for 2 weeks before finding a studio apartment that smelled like cigarettes and had hot water maybe 3 days a week. I was so angry I couldn't see straight. Not sad, just furious. I worked 16-hour days building websites and running ad campaigns. Barely ate, barely slept. Every new client felt like proving them wrong. 6 months in, I landed a contract with a property management company. That led to a real estate investment group, then another. I realized I actually understood this industry because I'd grown up listening to my parents talk about it. I knew what investors wanted to see, how to market properties, how to target buyers. Within a year, I'd started my own property marketing firm. Within 2 years, I had contracts with 3 banks that handled foreclosures. By year 5, I was clearing mid-6 figures annually. My parents never called. Not once. 3 years of complete silence. Then the 2023 downturn happened, and I started seeing familiar addresses pop up in my bank contracts. My parents' properties were being listed as distressed assets. Their company was drowning. When I dug deeper, I found out their dream home was in pre-foreclosure. That house they'd thrown a massive housewarming party for and didn't invite me to. The bank seized it 3 months later. When it went to auction, I bought it through one of my LLCs for 60% of what they'd originally paid. The bank was happy to recover anything. I walked through that empty house the day I got the keys. My mom's curtains were still hanging. My dad's golf trophies were still on the mantel. They'd had to abandon everything. I didn't touch anything, just walked through room by room. Then I had it cleaned out, repainted, and listed as a rental property. Almost a year passed before I heard from them again. Then my brother called me out of nowhere. First time in 3 years. He told me Mom and Dad had been going through some stuff. Lost the business, had to downsize, were renting now. He said they felt bad about how things went down with me. The whole thing sounded rehearsed, like they'd told him exactly what to say. Then he mentioned they were doing better now. Found a good rental with a nice landlord who was giving them a fair deal. I asked him where they were living. He gave me the address. My address. My house. I had to mute the call so he wouldn't hear me laughing. My property manager had rented it to them 3 months earlier. Standard application process. Credit check. References. They'd used some LLC name I didn't recognize, probably to hide their financial mess. My manager had no reason to connect the dots. I told my brother I was really happy for them, and hung up. For 6 months, I did absolutely nothing. Just let them live there. My property manager said they were model tenants. Paid on time, no issues, kept the place clean. I started checking my mom's Facebook through a mutual friend's account. She was posting pictures of their lovely rental, talking about how blessed they were after their temporary setback. My dad posted about hosting a barbecue in their backyard. Their backyard. In my house. Then my brother called again. They wanted to meet up. Reconnect as a family. I agreed to coffee. I had to see this. They looked older, but they weren't broken. They were smiling, confident. My mom hugged me like nothing had ever happened and asked if I was eating enough. We sat down, and I waited. I wanted to see if they'd apologize for anything, acknowledge what they'd done. They didn't. Instead, my dad went into this whole speech about their comeback, how they'd learned from their mistakes, downsized their lifestyle, were building back smarter. My mom kept going on about their wonderful landlord and how understanding he was. Not like those big corporate landlords. He actually cared about his tenants. My dad said they were even thinking about asking if he'd sell to them eventually, once they got back on their feet. It was the perfect house for them. My brother jumped in, talking about helping them rebuild the business. They had plans. They were going to bounce back, bigger than before. Not once did anyone ask about me, what I'd been doing, where I was living, how I'd survived after they kicked me out. I finished my coffee and told them I was happy they were doing well. My mom kissed my cheek. My dad shook my hand and said we should do this more often. I got in my car and called my property manager immediately. Told her to triple the rent when their lease came up for renewal. She asked if I was sure because that was a significant jump and they'd probably move out. I told her that was their choice. 4 months later, they got the renewal notice with the new rent. My property manager said my dad called her furious, demanding to speak to the owner. She told him the owner didn't take calls, and all negotiations went through her. They tried to negotiate, offered to pay 50% more, but not triple. I said no. They paid it. For 2 months, they paid the tripled rent. Then my mom started posting on Facebook about greedy landlords ruining the country and how they were being extorted by someone who didn't care about hard-working families. My dad was sharing articles about tenant rights. By month 3, my brother called me again. He sounded stressed, said they couldn't keep up with the rent increase and it was killing them financially. They were burning through everything they'd rebuilt. He asked if I knew anyone in real estate who could help, maybe talk to their landlord. I told him I'd see what I could do. I didn't do anything. 2 weeks into month 4, my property manager called. My tenants wanted to break the lease early. They were offering to pay a 2-month penalty to get out. She said they were begging for some compassion. I told her, no penalty needed. Just send them a 60-day notice of non-renewal. She said they were current on rent, so she couldn't evict them without cause. I explained they weren't being evicted. I was just choosing not to renew their lease. Completely legal. She sent the notice. My dad showed up at my apartment 2 weeks later. No idea how he got my address. Probably from my brother. He looked exhausted. Told me they needed help because their landlord was forcing them out and wouldn't negotiate. They'd been good tenants and didn't understand why he was doing this. I asked if he'd tried talking to the landlord. He said the guy wouldn't meet with them, and everything went through the property manager, who just kept saying it was the owner's decision. He asked what I could do about it. Said my brother mentioned I work in real estate now. Maybe I knew someone. Maybe I could put in a word. I told him I did work in real estate, that I owned a property marketing firm actually. Pretty successful one. Been running it for about 5 years. I also invest in properties. Bought a few distressed assets during the downturn. Got some really good deals. I watched his face change as he started putting it together. Told him about one property in particular that I got for 60% of market value at a bank auction. Previous owners had really overextended themselves. The Oakwood House. Beautiful place. I'd been renting it out. He went completely white. Just stared at me. I reminded him I was a good tenant, though. Always paid on time. Until I raised the rent anyway. But I wasn't interested in renewing the lease. He called me a son of a bitch and left. Didn't say anything else. Just walked away. The next day my mom called, crying and screaming, about how cruel I was, how I was punishing them for one mistake. How family doesn't do this to family. I told her she made me homeless. She told everyone I was a thief. She didn't speak to me for 3 years. She said they were under stress and made mistakes, but what I was doing was vindictive. I told her she had 45 days to find a new place and suggested she start looking. She hung up on me. They moved out on day 59. My property manager said they left the place in perfect condition. No damage, didn't steal anything. Just packed up and left quietly. I rented it out again 2 weeks later to a young family. Charged them lower rent than what my parents were paying, just market rate. Haven't heard from my parents since, except for one letter about a month ago. Handwritten from my dad. It wasn't an apology, more of an explanation about how the business failing devastated them, how they'd been embarrassed, how they'd projected their shame onto me, how seeing me succeed had been difficult because it meant admitting they were wrong, how losing the house to me specifically felt like cosmic punishment. The last line said, he didn't expect me to forgive them, but hoped someday I'd understand they were just trying to survive. I haven't responded. I keep the letter in my desk drawer. Some days I think about writing back, Most days I don't. My brother still texts occasionally, says they're renting a small condo now. They're managing. He never asks me to help them again, though. Also never apologizes for not standing up for me back then. The house is just a property to me now. I drive by sometimes for work. The new family put up a swing set, and there's a trampoline in the yard. Kids' bikes on the driveway. It looks like an actual home. I'm doing well. Financially comfortable. Good clients. Solid team. Even dating someone who doesn't know this whole story yet. Life is objectively good. But I still don't know if I went too far, or if they got exactly what they deserved. They kicked me out for not paying enough rent, so I took the house they stole from me. I'm 25, and until recently, I was living with my older brother Mark, 32, and his wife Sarah, 30, in what was supposed to be half my house. Our dad died 2 years ago and left the place to both of us in his will. Split right down the middle, 50-50. That's what the will said. After the funeral, Mark pulled me aside and told me we needed to be practical about things. He said it would be easier if I just stayed in the house as a tenant while he handled all the legal paperwork and estate stuff. He promised we'd work out the ownership details later, once everything settled down. I was 23, barely functioning after losing Dad, and honestly just relieved I wouldn't have to leave the only home I'd ever known. So I agreed to pay him $800 a month for rent. The first year wasn't terrible. I kept my old bedroom, they took the master suite, and we mostly avoided each other. I even did a lot of the maintenance work around the place, since Dad had taught me basic repairs. I mowed the lawn every week, fixed the bathroom sink when it started leaking, repainted the garage. It felt like keeping Dad's memory alive in a way. But then Sarah started with the comments. Small things at first, like how I should really be contributing more since I was taking up a whole bedroom, or how Mark was paying for everything around here. I brushed it off because I was literally paying rent and doing all the handyman work they should have been hiring someone for. 6 months ago, Mark told me they needed to raise my rent to $1,200. I asked why, since the mortgage hadn't changed. He got defensive and said property taxes went up, and if I didn't like it, I could find somewhere else to live. I didn't have much saved, so I just paid it. 3 months after that, Sarah wanted $1,400. When I pushed back, she said they were being generous letting me stay at all. That's when it clicked, that I wasn't family anymore. I was just someone they resented having around. 2 months ago, I lost my job. Budget cuts at the company. I told Mark right away and said I could pay $600 for the month until I found something new. He seemed fine with it, but Sarah wasn't. She cornered me the next day in the kitchen and said they couldn't keep covering for me. She wanted the full rent plus an extra month as a deposit in case I couldn't pay again. I told her I wasn't some random tenant and that this was my house too. She actually laughed at me, said Mark handled everything, and my name wasn't on anything. I went straight to Mark and told him we needed to settle the ownership paperwork finally. I reminded him that Dad's will left the house to both of us. He wouldn't look at me, just said the paperwork got lost during the estate process, and it was too complicated to sort out now. Then he said technically the house was in his name, since he'd been paying the mortgage for 2 years. When I tried to argue, he asked if I really wanted to lawyer up against my own brother. That conversation happened on a Tuesday. By Friday, Sarah handed me a written notice to vacate within 30 days. I moved out in 2 weeks. Couldn't stand looking at their faces anymore. Found a studio apartment in a bad part of town for $950 a month, which was more than I'd originally been paying them. But at least nobody was lying to me there. The first few days I was just numb. Then the anger kicked in. Not just about getting kicked out, but about everything else I was starting to piece together. I remembered that Mom and Dad had set up a trust fund before Dad got sick. It was $80,000 meant for both of us, for future expenses and emergencies. When I asked Mark about it after the funeral, he said it was being held for estate purposes and we'd split it eventually. I never saw a single dollar from it. But over the past year, I'd noticed changes to the house. New kitchen counters, completely renovated bathroom. The basement was finally finished, which was something Dad always wanted to do but never had the money for. Those renovations had to cost at least $40,000 or $50,000. Mark was a store manager, and Sarah worked part-time as a receptionist. They weren't exactly making that kind of money. I started going through old files and emails I'd saved on my laptop. Dad was obsessive about keeping records of everything. And that's when I found it. A PDF of deed transfer paperwork that Dad had filed 6 months before he died. It listed both Mark Anderson and me as equal owners of the property. The document was notarized and filed with the county. I almost cried when I saw it. Not from relief, from pure rage that Mark had looked me in the eye and lied. I called my friend Derek, who'd just finished law school and was working at a firm, told him everything. He went quiet for a minute, then said my brother had committed fraud and possibly theft, depending on what happened to the trust fund. He said we needed to move fast before Mark tried to refinance or sell. Within a week, Derek helped me file a claim, asserting my ownership rights, and got a temporary freeze on any transactions involving the property. We also demanded a full accounting of the trust fund. Mark called me 3 days after getting served. He was screaming about how I was suing my own brother over a house and that Dad would be ashamed of me. I told him Dad would be ashamed that he stole my inheritance and kicked me out of my own home. He hung up on me. The court process took 4 months. During that time, Derek found out that Mark had used the entire $80,000 trust fund to renovate the house. Money that was legally half mine. He'd also been pocketing all my rent payments as pure profit since there was no mortgage anymore. Dad had paid it off 3 years before he died. My brother had scammed me out of nearly $25,000 in fake rent over 2 years. When the judge reviewed everything, it wasn't even close. The deed was legitimate. The trust fund had been stolen. Mark was operating under fraud. The ruling was that I was confirmed as 50% owner. Mark owed me $40,000 from the trust plus the $25,000 in fraudulent rent, and he had to pay my legal fees. Mark and Sarah couldn't afford any of it. Their only option was selling the house. When the house went on the market, it was listed at $340,000. As a 50% owner, I was entitled to half the proceeds after Mark paid back what he owed me. I qualified for a mortgage. Derek helped me set up a third-party LLC, and I made an offer through that. Mark had no idea it was me buying it. My offer got accepted. After everything was finalized, Mark got his portion of the sale. But after paying back the $65,000 he owed me plus legal fees, he walked away with about $45,000. I bought the house for $340,000, but after my 50% ownership share and the money he owed me, I only needed to finance around $105,000. The house is now in my name only. Mark found out it was me on moving day. I pulled up and got out of my car with the new keys. He was in the driveway with Sarah loading boxes into a U-Haul truck. The look on his face was priceless. He just stared at me and said, "I'd bought the house." I told him, yeah. Turns out I could afford it once I stopped paying him fake rent. Sarah started crying. Mark asked where they were supposed to go. I said I didn't know. Maybe they could find a place where the landlord wasn't stealing from them. They left that afternoon. I changed all the locks the same day. I've been back in the house for 3 weeks now. My old bedroom is mine again. I'm slowly undoing some of Sarah's design choices and making it feel like Dad's house again. It's quiet and peaceful, and actually mine this time. Yesterday, Mark texted me for the first time since the sale. He said we should talk, and that he knows things got out of hand, but we're still family. He said Mom and Dad wouldn't want us fighting over money, and maybe we could work something out. I haven't responded yet. I'm pretty sure he's only reaching out because he and Sarah are staying in some extended stay motel and struggling financially. Derek warned me he'd probably try to guilt trip me into giving him money or letting them move back in. But here's the thing. I didn't start this. I paid rent I didn't legally owe. I trusted him when he said we'd work things out later. I maintained a house I already owned half of. And when I lost my job and needed family support, they kicked me out and told me I had no right to my own inheritance. They had so many chances to do the right thing. They could have been honest from the start. They could have split the trust fund. They could have actually worked with me on the ownership. Instead, they chose to commit fraud and treat me like garbage. So now I'm sitting in my house, the one Dad left to me, and Mark wants to talk about family. He wants to work something out now that he's the one struggling. Part of me wonders if I should hear him out. The other part remembers Sarah laughing in my face when I said this was my house too. I don't know if I'll respond to him. Maybe family is just something he remembers when he needs something from me. They laughed when I got nothing in my grandparents' will, but they weren't laughing when I inherited everything years later. I'm 27 now. But this whole thing started when I was 23. I come from what everyone always called a close family, but that's just code for a family that judges everything you do. My parents divorced when I was 8, and from that moment on, I was basically the defective one. My dad left town, my mom struggled to keep things together, and I became the kid everyone felt sorry for at family gatherings. Or worse, the one they looked down on. I have 5 cousins, and they all did everything right. Top universities, impressive careers, perfect marriages. I barely made it through state school with a business degree, and spent years after that jumping between random jobs trying to figure out what I was doing with my life. My Aunt Carol never let me forget it either. She's 52, and has these 2 daughters who became a surgeon and an attorney. Every single family gathering she'd make comments about how I needed to apply myself more, about how it wasn't too late to go back to school, about how my grandfather worked so hard to build the family's reputation and legacy. My grandparents owned this massive estate in the countryside. Beautiful property, huge house, tons of land. Every holiday happened there. Every birthday, every summer barbecue, all of it. I went to every single one because my mom insisted, but I always felt like I was on the outside looking in, like I was being tolerated rather than wanted. My grandfather died 4 years ago, and my grandmother followed 6 months later. I knew I wasn't getting much in the will. I'd already accepted that. But I didn't think I'd get absolutely nothing. The will reading was one of the worst days of my life. My cousins got the estate split between them. My Aunt Carol got a huge cash inheritance. Even my uncle's kids, who barely ever visited, got trust funds set up. The attorney went through every single name and every single asset. And when he was done, there was just this silence where my name should have been. My cousin Jennifer looked at me with this fake, sympathetic expression and said she was so sorry. But nobody was actually sorry. You could feel it in the room. Afterward, everyone went back to the estate for this awkward reception thing. My Aunt Carol found me in the kitchen and said loud enough for half the room to hear that I couldn't expect handouts when I contributed nothing to the family. She said my grandparents gave me the same opportunities as everyone else, and what I did with those opportunities was my own choice. I left that day and never went back. I moved 3 states away, cut off almost everyone except my mom, and started a digital marketing business from nothing. I lived in a studio apartment that barely fit my bed. I worked 16-hour days. I ate ramen for dinner more nights than I can count. But I built something real. 3 years later, My company was making 7 figures a year. I bought a house. I hired a team. I did all of it completely on my own, without a cent from anyone. Then, 6 months ago, I got an email from Harold Patterson, the attorney who'd read my grandparents' will. The subject line said it was urgent regarding my grandfather's estate. I almost deleted it. I figured they were trying to sue me for something or needed me to sign paperwork. But when I called him back, he told me something I never saw coming. My grandfather had written a second will, one that nobody knew about, and it wasn't supposed to be opened until 5 years after his death. I flew back for the second will reading without telling anyone I was coming. I didn't want to deal with their questions or their fake pleasantries. When I walked into Harold's office, it was the same dark wood paneling and leather chairs from 4 years ago. My Aunt Carol was already there, looking irritated, like this was wasting her time. My Uncle Tom showed up, along with all my cousins. Everyone who'd inherited the first time around. They all looked confused about why they'd been called back after all these years. Harold didn't waste time with small talk. He started reading the document, and at first, the legal language made it hard to follow. But then it became crystal clear. The original inheritance hadn't been a real inheritance at all. It was temporary custodianship. My grandfather had set the whole thing up as a test. The actual estate, the real ownership of everything, was supposed to go to whichever family member proved themselves independent and self-sufficient. Someone who built something meaningful without relying on family money or the family name. And according to my grandfather's criteria, that person was me. I sat there in shock while everyone else started losing it. My Aunt Carol was screaming about fraud, saying I must have manipulated my grandfather before he died, that this was illegal and she'd fight it. My cousin Jennifer was full-on crying, talking about how unfair it was, how they'd already renovated parts of the house and made it theirs. My Uncle Tom just kept repeating that this couldn't be legal over and over like a broken record. But Harold had prepared for this. He had 3 other attorneys there who'd verified everything. My grandfather had been incredibly meticulous about the whole setup. He'd even left notes about each of us explaining his reasoning. About me, he wrote that I never asked for anything, that I left when I was treated poorly and built my own life from scratch, that I understood what it actually meant to earn something instead of just receiving it. About everyone else, he was pretty harsh. He noted how my cousins used their inheritances to fund expensive vacations and buy things they didn't need. How my Aunt Carol quit her job the second the money hit her account. How nobody had actually protected or built on his legacy. They'd just consumed it. The estate had appreciated a lot in value over the years. The land alone was worth millions now. But beyond the money, my cousins had been living there. My Aunt Carol had moved into the main house full-time. They'd all treated it like it was permanently theirs because they thought it was. Harold handed me the deed right there in his office. He told me I was the sole owner now, and whatever happened next was completely up to me. My Aunt Carol stared at me with more hatred than I'd ever seen from another person. She said I didn't deserve any of this, that I'd abandoned the family. I finally found my voice and told her no. She'd abandoned me long before I ever left. The room went silent after that. I took the deed, walked out, and didn't look back at any of them. They tried to fight it in court for 4 months, but it was basically just noise. Every attorney they hired told them the exact same thing. The will was airtight. My grandfather had known exactly what he was doing. During those 4 months, I stayed away and let my lawyers handle everything. I didn't want to be anywhere near that mess. My family sent me hundreds of messages during that time. Some of them were begging, some were threats. My cousin Jennifer wrote me this long email about family loyalty and how we should forgive each other and move past this. My Aunt Carol left me a voicemail calling me a vindictive snake who'd always been jealous of the rest of them. I didn't respond to any of it. When the final judgment came through confirming I was the legal owner of everything, I made one decision. I hired a property management company to handle the evictions. My Aunt Carol had 60 days to vacate the main house. My cousins who'd been living in the guest houses had the same timeline. I didn't do it myself because I didn't want to see them. I didn't want their tears, or their anger, or their last-ditch attempts to guilt me into changing my mind. After they were all out, I sold most of the furniture they'd left behind. I kept my grandmother's piano because I have good memories of her playing it. I kept my grandfather's study exactly the way it was, too. That room was always kind to me when I was a kid. Everything else got gutted. I renovated the entire property and turned it into a luxury retreat space. Corporate events, weddings, private getaways, high-end stuff. I hired a full-time management team to run it because I knew I'd never want to actually be there myself. The place is booked solid, 8 months in advance now. It makes more money than my grandparents ever saw from it. I haven't spoken to anyone from that side of the family since the evictions went through. My mom tells me my Aunt Carol had to move in with Jennifer because she couldn't afford her own place anymore. She tells me the family doesn't do the big holiday gatherings like they used to. She says they ask about me sometimes, if I'm doing okay, if I'd ever consider reconciling, or at least talking to them. I don't know if I would. Part of me feels completely justified in what I did. They taught me that family love is conditional, that you only matter if you fit their mold. So I treated them exactly the way they treated me. But another part of me wonders if my grandfather actually wanted this outcome. If he wanted me to be the bigger person once I'd proven myself. If he thought I'd use the inheritance as a way to bring everyone together instead of pushing them away permanently. The estate makes money off my grandfather's vision and sits on his land, but none of his family is welcome there anymore. Including me, honestly. I haven't visited in months. I just send instructions to the management company and collect the revenue. Sometimes I feel powerful, like I won, like I finally got the respect I deserved. But other times I just feel alone. I built everything I have by myself, and now I have everything I wanted, but there's nobody to share it with. I don't know if that makes me the winner or just another casualty of my family's dysfunction. They laughed when they kicked me out of the family business, so I built my own and took all their clients. I'm Emma, 29, and I've been working at my family's construction company since I was 16. My dad, Robert, 58, started Barrett & Sons Construction 30 years ago with basically nothing. My two older brothers, Michael, 35, and David, 32, grew up on job sites learning the trade. I started doing office work after school, and by the time I graduated college, I was running the entire back end. Contracts, invoicing, client relationships, scheduling, all of it. The stuff that actually keeps a construction company running. My brothers did the field work with Dad, and they were decent at it. But they treated me like I was still some teenager filing papers. Every suggestion I made got shut down. Modernize our software? Michael would laugh and say I was just the paperwork girl. Update our bidding process? David would tell me to let them handle the real business. Dad just nodded along like they were making sense. I dealt with it because I genuinely loved the work and I was good at it. Our client retention was 87%, and I brought in about 40% of our contracts through relationships I'd personally built over 7 years. Last November, everything changed. I was reconciling accounts for a major commercial project we had going, a strip mall renovation worth about $340,000. The numbers weren't adding up. The client was being billed one amount, but our actual costs and what was hitting our business account didn't match. There was about $28,000 just missing across 3 invoices. I brought it up at our monthly family meeting. Michael's face went red immediately, and he asked if I was seriously accusing him of something. I said I wasn't accusing anyone, just asking where the money went because I couldn't balance the books. David jumped in, saying maybe if I actually understood construction costs instead of just pushing papers, I'd get it. Dad held up his hand and told me to drop it. Michael handled those invoices, and if he said the numbers were right, They were right. I didn't drop it. I spent the next week going through everything I could access and found the pattern. Michael had been inflating invoices to clients by 15 to 20% on materials, then pocketing the difference. It had been going on for at least 8 months. We were talking about $75,000 or more. I printed everything and brought it to Dad privately. Showed him the invoices, the vendor receipts, the bank deposits that didn't line up. He looked at the papers for maybe 30 seconds and asked if I was trying to tear the family apart. I told him this was fraud and we could lose our license or get sued. He said Michael made some accounting errors and that was all. Then he told me my problem was always thinking I was smarter than everyone else. 3 days later, they called me into Dad's office, all 3 of them standing there. Dad said they'd decided to go in a different direction, and they were letting me go. I asked if I was being fired for finding theft. Michael said I was fired for being disloyal, for trying to sabotage my own family, and that they'd been fined for 30 years and would be fine without me. They gave me 2 weeks severance and changed the locks that weekend. My mom, Susan, 56, called crying and begging me to apologize so they'd take me back. She kept saying they were family, and you forgive family. I hung up on her. That was 5 months ago, and I've spent every single day since then planning exactly how to destroy them. After they fired me, I spent about 2 weeks just being furious, the kind of angry where you can't sleep, and you replay every conversation in your head, thinking of better things you should have said. But then I started thinking strategically instead of emotionally. I had 7 years of client relationships. I knew every contractor, supplier, and property manager we'd ever worked with. I knew their payment terms, their project preferences, their budgets, and they knew me. I was the one who'd been answering their calls and handling their problems for years. Not my brothers, me. I used my severance to register Barrett Construction Solutions. Yeah, I kept the Barrett name, because it's my name too. Got my contractor's license in January and passed the exam first try. Then I started making calls. I didn't badmouth my family to anyone. I just reached out to old clients and said I'd started my own company and would love to work with them again. The first 3 people I called hired me immediately. 2 of them actually admitted they'd been unhappy with how Michael had been handling their recent projects. By March, I had enough work that I needed to hire people. I found 2 solid contractors who Dad had let go because he didn't like their attitudes, which usually meant they'd questioned his decisions. They were thrilled to work for me. That's when Jennifer Chen mentioned something strange. She'd worked with Barrett & Sons last year on a warehouse conversion and was going through old invoices for taxes. She asked if we'd really charged her $47 per square foot for flooring because she was getting quotes now for like $32. I had her send me the invoice. Same thing Michael had been doing to us, but worse. He'd overcharged her by almost $60,000 on that one project. When I started asking around quietly, I found 2 other clients with similar stories. Michael had been targeting people who wouldn't question the costs. First-time commercial developers, out-of-state investors, people who didn't know the industry. He'd been running this scam for at least 2 years. I had documentation from multiple sources now. The question was, what to do with it. I could report it to the licensing board, but that would take forever. I could tell the clients directly, but wasn't sure how that would play out legally. Mom kept calling saying Dad wasn't doing well, and all this stress was affecting his heart, that I should just come home and we could work it out. Every time she called, I thought about them standing there, firing me for telling the truth. Then Meridian Properties announced they were accepting bids for a huge mixed-use development. 3 buildings, $2.8 million total contract. The kind of project that could set up a construction company for years. I knew Barrett & Sons was bidding on it because Michael had been posting about it on Facebook. I also knew that Meridian's project manager, Tom Reeves, was one of the clients Michael had overcharged. Tom didn't know it, though. The invoice had just said materials and labor, and Michael had padded it by about 40%. I sat in my apartment for 3 hours trying to decide. This was nuclear. If I did this, there was no coming back from it. No future where we ever fix things. I called Tom and asked to meet for coffee. Brought all the documentation, his invoice, the actual vendor receipts, invoices from 3 other clients showing the pattern. Laid it all out calmly, with no emotion. He sat there looking at the papers for a long time. Finally said he needed to make some calls. 3 days later, Barrett & Sons was removed from the Meridian bid list entirely. Not just rejected, but banned from future projects pending an investigation. And I was invited to submit a bid. The day after Barrett & Sons lost the Meridian contract, Dad called me for the first time since they'd fired me. Asked what I'd done. I told him I just told the truth. He said I'd destroyed them, that Tom Reeves was demanding an audit and 3 other clients were asking questions now. Asked if I just couldn't let it go. I said he fired me for finding fraud, so what did he think was going to happen? He hung up. I got the Meridian contract, won the bid and the presentation. It was the biggest project I'd ever managed by far, and I was terrified. But my team was solid, and we were hungry for it. Over the next few months, everything fell apart for them. 2 of Michael's old clients sued Barrett & Sons. The state licensing board opened an investigation. They had to hire a lawyer, which drained whatever cash they had left. Meanwhile, my company kept growing. Every client who left them seemed to end up calling me. Not because I was poaching, I genuinely wasn't reaching out, but because I was the face they'd known for 7 years. And now that face had its own company. By September, Barrett Construction Solutions had $1.2 million in active contracts. Barrett & Sons had lost about 60% of their business. Michael sent me this long, rambling text calling me every name you can think of. Said I'd betrayed the family, that I was a vindictive bitch, that I'd ruined Dad's legacy out of spite. Ended it saying he hoped I was happy destroying everything Dad built. I didn't respond. In November, almost exactly a year after they fired me, Dad called again. Different tone this time. Told me they were filing Chapter 11. The business was done. He was retiring and selling the equipment. Michael and David were going to work for Henson Construction. I said I was sorry to hear that, and weirdly, I kind of meant it. He said no, I wasn't. There was this long pause, and then he said, "Mom wanted me to come to Thanksgiving." I said I didn't think so. He started to say he was asking me, but I cut him off. Told him he'd taught me everything. How to read contracts, build client relationships, run a business. But the most important thing he taught me was how to survive without him. Then I hung up. Last week David called. He wasn't angry like Michael, just sounded tired. Said he didn't know the details of what Michael was doing. That when I brought it up, he just backed Michael because that's what they do. They back each other. Then he asked if I was hiring. Said he was a good worker, and I knew that. I hung up on him too. My company is doing really well. I just signed another major contract, and I'm looking at opening a second office. I have 12 employees and we're profitable. By every metric, I won. But I still feel angry about all of it. Every success feels like it's not quite enough. Mom left a voicemail saying Dad had a minor heart attack, and maybe that would help me find forgiveness. Michael posts on Facebook about how blood means nothing to some people. They wanted me gone from the business, so I built one they could never compete with. I got everything I wanted. Complete victory. So why does it still feel like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop? They stole the house my mom left me, so I made sure they could never afford to live in it again. I'm 26, and until 6 months ago, I lived in the small 2-bedroom house my mom left me when she died. My older sister Rebecca is 34, married to Mark, who's 36, and they have 2 kids. We weren't particularly close growing up, but we got along fine at family gatherings. I never thought she'd be capable of what she did. Mom died last year. Heart attack. She was only 58. The will was simple and clear. I got the house, Rebecca and I split some savings, and we divided up a few personal items. At the funeral, Rebecca seemed completely fine with the arrangement. She even hugged me and said Mom would have wanted me to be happy in that house. I believed her. About a week after the funeral, things started to shift. Rebecca kept calling our dad, who Mom divorced when I was 12. He remarried and moved 2 states away, and we only talked maybe twice a year. But suddenly he was flying in to help with the estate. Rebecca kept telling me how overwhelmed she was, how expensive everything was with 2 kids, how their apartment was too small. I felt bad for her, honestly. I was dealing with my own grief and didn't think much of it. Dad sat me down one weekend and said he wanted to help manage the estate paperwork since I was young and had never dealt with this kind of thing before. He had a stack of documents that he said were standard probate forms, tax stuff, transfer paperwork so the utilities could get switched to my name. I was exhausted and depressed, and I just signed where he pointed. I didn't read them carefully. That was the biggest mistake of my life. 3 months went by. I was living in the house, going to work, trying to process everything. Then one afternoon I came home and found Rebecca and Mark standing in my driveway with a U-Haul truck. Rebecca had this weird, nervous smile, and Mark wouldn't even look at me. She told me they were moving in. She said the house was in her name now, that Dad had helped fix an error in the will, and I needed to be out by the end of the week. I told her she was out of her mind. I had a copy of the will. The house was legally mine. She pulled out a folder and showed me a new deed with my signature on it, transferring the property to her. Except, I never signed that. I looked at it closely and the signature was wrong. The loop on my J wasn't right, and I always use my middle initial on legal documents. This one didn't have it. I told her this was fraud and I was calling the police right now. That's when Mark finally spoke. He said if I caused problems, they'd tie me up in court for years, that Dad would back up their story that I agreed to sign over the house, and that I couldn't afford a lawyer on my income anyway. Rebecca actually had the nerve to say it was for the best, that they needed the house more than I did because of the kids, and I was young enough to start over somewhere else. I just stood there staring at them. My sister had planned this whole thing. She used our father, forged documents, and stole my inheritance while I was grieving our mother. They gave me 5 days to pack my stuff and leave. I moved into a studio apartment in the worst part of town because it was all I could afford. I slept on an air mattress for the first 2 months and ate ramen most nights. I was completely lost. Part of me wanted to just accept what happened and move on with my life, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. For a few weeks, I genuinely considered letting it go. I was depressed, exhausted from working extra hours to make rent, and the idea of fighting my own family felt impossible. Maybe they were right. Maybe I should just rebuild somewhere else and forget about the whole thing. Then Rebecca posted pictures on Facebook. She made this whole album about their new home. Photos of the kitchen repainted in some trendy gray color. The garden Mom spent years working on, completely torn up, and replaced with a plastic playset. Her friends commenting congratulations and heart emojis. She even posted something about how blessed they were, and how everything happens for a reason. That's what broke me. Seeing her celebrate stealing from me while I was living in a place with cockroaches made something click. I wasn't going to let this go. I started digging through everything I'd saved from the estate. I found emails from Dad, talking to Rebecca about how I didn't need a big house at my age. Text messages from before Mom died, where Rebecca complained that I was getting everything, and it wasn't fair. I had the original will with Mom's signature, and the papers Dad had me sign during probate, none of which were property transfer documents. The biggest find was a copy of the forged deed that Rebecca had accidentally left in a box of Mom's belongings she gave me. I took everything to my friend Tyler from college. He'd just passed the bar and was working at a small firm. He looked through the documents for over an hour, made a few calls, and told me I had a legitimate fraud case. But he said I needed to stay completely quiet and let him handle it. So that's what I did. I didn't confront Rebecca again. I didn't comment on her Facebook posts. I picked up a second job doing overnight shifts at a warehouse and saved every single dollar I could. Tyler filed a fraud complaint with the county and submitted everything to the district attorney's office. He did most of the work pro bono because he said it was the clearest case of fraud he'd ever seen. 4 months went by. Nothing happened publicly, but Tyler told me investigators were working behind the scenes. They interviewed Dad, reviewed all the paperwork, checked financial records. Rebecca and Mark had no idea any of this was coming. Then, one Tuesday morning, Tyler called me. They'd been charged with fraud, forgery, and theft by deception. The house was being repossessed while the criminal case moved forward, and their bank accounts were frozen to cover potential restitution and legal fees. Rebecca called me that same afternoon, completely hysterical. She was crying and screaming, saying she didn't know what she did was illegal, that Dad told her it was fine, that her kids were going to be homeless. Mark grabbed the phone and threatened to come find me if I didn't drop the charges immediately. I told them I didn't file the charges. The state did. And then I hung up and blocked both their numbers. The criminal case dragged on for 8 months. Rebecca and Mark eventually took a plea deal to avoid going to trial. They got probation, community service, and were ordered to pay me restitution. But they couldn't actually afford it because all their savings went to paying their lawyers. Dad got named as a co-conspirator, but avoided charges because he claimed Rebecca had misled him about the whole thing. He stopped speaking to both of us after that. The house had to be auctioned off to cover the legal costs and pay me back the restitution I was owed. That's when I made my move. I'd been working both jobs the entire time, saving everything. Between that and the restitution money, I had enough. Tyler helped me set up an LLC with a generic name that couldn't be traced back to me. When the auction date came, I bid remotely through the LLC. I won. I bought back my mother's house for less than market value because most buyers didn't want to touch a property that had been involved in a fraud case. Rebecca and Mark couldn't afford to move out of the area because Mark's job keeps them here. They ended up renting a 2-bedroom apartment about 4 blocks from the house. I run into Rebecca sometimes at the grocery store. She looks exhausted. Her hair's always in a messy ponytail, and she avoids eye contact. She has no idea that the LLC her landlord subleases from is mine. She has no idea I own the property management company that handles her building. I moved back into the house 2 months ago. First thing I did was repaint the kitchen back to the original yellow Mom had chosen. I replanted her garden with the same flowers she used to grow. I'm sleeping in my old bedroom again, the one I grew up in. Sometimes I drive past their apartment complex and see Mark's car in the parking lot. I wonder if they ever think about the house, if they drive past it on their way to work and recognize it. If Rebecca has any idea how close she is to the place she tried to steal from me. I thought I'd feel satisfied when this was all over, like I'd gotten justice or revenge or whatever you want to call it. But mostly I just feel tired. I don't regret what I did, not even a little bit. They made their choice and now they're living with it. But it's not like the movies where everything feels resolved and perfect. Dad sent me an email last month trying to reconcile. He said family should forgive each other and move past mistakes. I deleted it without responding. Rebecca tried to friend me on Facebook again under a new account. I blocked it. I'm sitting in my kitchen right now, the same kitchen where Mom used to make breakfast on Sunday mornings, and I keep thinking about whether I should tell Rebecca the truth. Part of me wants her to know, wants her to understand exactly what she lost and who took it back. but another part of me thinks the not knowing might be worse for her. So here I am, living in my house 4 blocks from my sister who stole it from me, and she still has no idea I'm the one who owns it now. Was I wrong for letting them live with the consequences of their greed? Or was this the only way to make things right?
When my dad stole my college fund, I made sure his dream business became my property instead.
I'm 23F, and I need to tell this story because half my family thinks I'm a monster, and the other half won't talk to me at all. My dad, Rick, is 52, and has always called himself an entrepreneur. What that actually meant was a lot of failed schemes and my mom working herself to the bone to keep the lights on. My younger brother, Danny, who's 19 now, has always worshipped Dad. They're the same person, basically, always talking about their next big break. The most important person in my childhood was my grandmother. When she died, I was 15. Before she passed, she set up a savings account for my college education. It had about $45,000 in it, which was everything to me. Since I was underage, my dad became the custodian until I turned 18. I spent all of high school working toward getting out. I had perfect grades, did all the right extracurriculars, and got accepted to my dream university in the UK with a partial scholarship. The plan was simple. Use Grandma's money for what she intended, get my degree, and build a life far away from the chaos. 2 months before my 18th birthday, I asked my dad about accessing the account to pay my enrollment deposit. He got weird immediately, told me we'd talk about it later. I kept pushing, and he got angry, which made my stomach drop because I knew something was wrong. The day after I turned 18, I went to the bank myself. The account had $340 left in it. I don't remember the drive home. I just remember shaking and this ringing in my ears. When I confronted him, he didn't apologize. He didn't even look sorry. He told me he'd invested the money in a family business, this custom furniture manufacturing company. He said it was an investment in our future, and that I was being selfish for only thinking about myself. Then he actually said I'd thank him later when the business made us all rich. He kept saying, family comes before education, like that. Justified stealing from his dead mother's final gift to me. My mom stood in the kitchen the whole time and said nothing. She wouldn't even look at me. I called the university and deferred for a year. Then I got 3 jobs. I worked retail, tutored kids after school, and did catering on weekends. I applied for every scholarship and grant that existed. I slept maybe 4 hours a night. My dad acted like I was being dramatic about the whole thing. He'd make comments about how I should be supporting the family business instead of chasing some fantasy degree. It took me a year, but I scraped together enough through scholarships, a small loan, and my own savings. When I left for the UK, I told myself I was done with all of them. I barely called home for 3 years. I focused on my degree, graduated top of my class, and landed a job at a consulting firm in London. I thought I'd moved on. I really did. Then last spring, Danny called me out of nowhere asking if I could help because Dad's business was failing. I laughed and hung up. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. So I started digging into public records and business filings. That's when I found out just how badly he'd screwed up. And that's when I got an idea. The business was a disaster. 3 outstanding loans, 2 years of unpaid taxes, and vendors threatening lawsuits. He'd tried to expand too fast and taken on way too much debt. The company was maybe 6 months from bankruptcy. All that money he stole from me, completely wasted. I sat in my London apartment staring at the financial documents I'd pulled, and something just clicked. He'd taught me that family loyalty was conditional, that taking what you want is just business. Fine. I could play that game better than he ever could. I set up a shell company, completely legal, registered under a business name with me listed as the sole owner. I hired a lawyer in the States to handle everything. Then I reached out to my dad through a burner email, pretending to be a business consultant who'd heard about his company and saw potential. I didn't use my real name, obviously. He responded within hours. He was desperate. I told him I represented an investor who wanted to save the business. We set up a meeting, and I had my lawyer go in person to pitch the deal. The offer was straightforward. My company would pay off his debts and inject $30,000 in cash for a 49% stake. There was a clause in the contract, though. If he defaulted on the repayment plan, or if the business missed certain financial benchmarks within 6 months, full ownership would transfer to my company. My dad signed the same day. He didn't even have his own lawyer review it. He was just that desperate to save his precious business. I watched everything from London. I had access to all the financial reports since I was technically a stakeholder now. He missed the first benchmark in month 3, missed the second one in month 5. By month 6, the default clause triggered automatically. The business became mine. That's when I flew home. I walked into the shop on a Tuesday morning with the ownership papers in my hand. My dad was in his office, and when he looked up and saw me, he seemed confused at first. Then I put the papers on his desk and watched his face change as he read them. It took him a minute to understand what he was looking at. When it finally clicked, he just stared at me. Then he started yelling about how I'd tricked him, how this was fraud, how I was destroying the family. I let him finish. Then he switched to crying, which I'd never seen before. He begged me to reconsider, said this was his life's work, that I was taking everything from him. My mom came in at some point and called me evil. Danny was there too, and he looked at me like I was a stranger. I waited until they were all quiet. Then I looked at my dad and told him, "Family comes before money, right?" I said he should thank me later. I gave him 2 weeks to clear out his personal belongings. Then I contacted a competitor who'd been trying to buy him out for years. I sold the entire business for $85,000. After legal fees and settling the remaining debts, I walked away with about $52,000. More than Grandma left me. Less than it would have been with interest. But enough. I sent my mom a check for $10,000 about a week after the sale went through. No note, just the check. She hasn't cashed it. It's been 3 months. Danny sent me this long text message calling me a vindictive bitch who destroyed Dad's dream out of spite. He said I was cruel and calculated, and that I did this because I wanted to hurt them, not because I actually cared about the money. He told me the family was better off without me. My dad hasn't contacted me at all. Some extended family members have reached out. Most of them have taken my parents' side. My aunt keeps saying that what my dad did was wrong, but what I did was worse, because it was premeditated. She said he made a mistake, but I deliberately set out to destroy him. A few cousins have stopped following me on social media. One uncle told me I went too far, that I should have been the bigger person. My mom's sister called me last week. She said my mom cries every night, and that my dad has been depressed, just sitting around the house all day. She told me I broke him. She said I proved my point and got my revenge, but at what cost? Then she asked if I was happy now. The thing is, I don't feel guilty. I feel satisfied in this weird, hollow way. I proved something. I got even. But now my entire family won't speak to me. I'm back in London and my life is fine. I used some of the money to pay off my remaining student loan. The rest is just sitting in my account. I thought getting revenge would feel better than this. I thought I'd feel vindicated or justified or something. Instead, I just feel empty. I go to work, I come home, and I don't talk to anyone from my old life. Part of me wonders if I should have just let it go. Moved on, been successful, and let that be enough. I could have cut them off and built my own life without burning everything down. The money didn't even matter that much in the end. I have a good job. I would have been fine. But another part of me thinks he deserved exactly what he got. He stole from his own mother's legacy and from his daughter's future. He justified it by saying family comes first, but what he really meant was his dreams came first. He taught me that loyalty is conditional, and that taking what you want is just business. So I learned the lesson. My therapist, who I started seeing 2 months ago, keeps asking me what I actually wanted out of this. I don't have a good answer. I wanted him to hurt the way I hurt, I guess. I wanted him to understand what it feels like to have your future stolen. And he does now. He understands perfectly. So I guess what I'm asking is, does this make me a horrible daughter? Or did I just give him the lesson he spent years teaching me?
When my dad kicked me out for being lazy,
I let him find out who really kept his business running. I'm 25 effins, and until 3 weeks ago, I worked full-time at my dad Rick's auto repair shop. He's 58, owns Davidson Auto Repair in our small town, and my stepmom Linda is 52. She never worked at the shop, but always had plenty to say about my life choices. I started working there right after college, thinking it would be temporary. But within 6 months, I realized the place was a disaster. My dad is genuinely talented with cars, but he had zero business sense. Client records were literally in a shoebox. He had 3 different suppliers for the same parts because he couldn't remember who he'd already worked with. Tax documents were everywhere: his truck, the office, sometimes the kitchen table at home. So I fixed everything. I set up all the digital systems under my personal business email, since the shop didn't have one. I organized the client database, created an inventory tracking system, handled all invoicing and bookkeeping, and managed supplier relationships. I even started a social media page that brought in actual new customers. Within a year, revenue was up 40%. My dad told people at the diner that business was booming because he finally had time to focus on quality work now that I was helping with the computer stuff. He'd introduce me to clients as his girl who does the paperwork. Not his business manager, not the person who saved his failing shop, just the girl who does paperwork. He paid me $32,000 a year, no benefits, no retirement. I looked up comparable positions. Office managers at similar businesses were making $45 to $50K minimum. When I brought this up 8 months ago, he laughed, said I should be grateful for the opportunity and that I only had a job because he was being generous. I let it go. I needed the income, and I kept hoping he'd eventually see my value. 3 weeks ago, everything exploded. We had a fleet client who needed 8 vehicles serviced by Friday. It was Wednesday, and my dad had screwed up the parts order. He expected me to stay until midnight Wednesday and Thursday to fix his mistake. No overtime pay, obviously. He didn't believe in paying overtime to salary employees, even though I was barely making above minimum wage for my actual hours. I said no. I told him I'd stay until 7 both nights, but I had plans, and this was his error anyway. He lost it. Started yelling that I was just like my mother, lazy and entitled and ungrateful. Said any other employee would kill to have my job. That I should remember who gave me this opportunity when I couldn't find anything else. I stayed calm, which made him angrier. I said if I was so replaceable, maybe he should replace me. But I wasn't working unpaid overtime to fix his ordering mistake. His face went red. He told me to pack my things and get out of his shop and out of his house. I lived in the converted garage apartment behind their place, paying $400 a month. Linda came out of the office where she'd been listening. She put her hand on his shoulder and said, maybe this was for the best, that I needed to learn how the real world works. Then she looked at me with this fake, sympathetic expression and said it was for my own good, that I'd gotten too comfortable. I just stared at them both. Then I said fine, I'd be out by Sunday. The look on my dad's face. He expected me to cry or beg or apologize. When I didn't, I saw the first flicker of uncertainty. But it was too late. That weekend, I stayed with my best friend Maya while I packed up my stuff. My dad didn't say a single word to me the entire time. Linda brought me boxes, and made small talk like I was moving out after a nice visit, not being kicked out of my home. Sunday evening, I handed over my keys. My dad was in the garage working on a truck. He didn't even look up. Monday morning, he called me at 6:47 a.m. I was still asleep on Maya's couch and let it go to voicemail. He called again at 7:15, then 7:30. I finally answered at 8. He asked where the login credentials for the supplier accounts were. No greeting, no acknowledgement of anything that happened. I told him I didn't work for him anymore and he should figure it out. He said not to be childish. I explained that everything was set up under my personal email for business purposes, so when I left, my access left with me. He could contact suppliers directly and set up new accounts as the owner. He said something about me sabotaging him, but I hung up. Over the next few days, he called and texted constantly. Linda tried playing peacemaker, saying he was just stressed and I knew how he gets, that I should just send the information so we could all move on. I didn't respond to either of them. Here's what I knew that he didn't. The entire shop operation ran through systems I'd built. The client database with years of service records, the automated reminders that brought customers back for maintenance, the supplier relationships I'd personally managed that got us priority shipping and bulk discounts, the bookkeeping system organized for tax season, which was 3 months away. He had access to none of it. I spent the first week applying to jobs and processing everything. I was angry, but more than that, I was hurt. This was my dad. I'd spent 3 years pouring everything into his business, and he threw me away the moment I set a boundary. Then clients started calling me directly. Mrs. Patterson said she'd called the shop about an engine noise, and my dad told her he'd get to it when he could, that his previous manager had messed up the scheduling system. She asked if I'd gone somewhere else and if I could help her. Then Mr. Hernandez called. Then the Johnsons. Then 3 more. I was honest with all of them. I said I'd left the shop and was figuring out next steps. They all said the same thing. If I opened my own place, let them know. That's when the idea hit me. I had $8,000 saved. I had industry knowledge and client relationships, and I understood exactly how my dad's shop operated and all its weaknesses. I called a business lawyer and set up an LLC, found a small garage space for rent across town with good road visibility. I contacted the suppliers I'd worked with and set up accounts under my new business. They remembered me. 2 of them offered better rates than they'd given my dad. I named it Precision Auto Care. Opened a business bank account, built a simple website in 3 days, posted on social media. The response was immediate. Within 2 weeks, I had 15 regular clients from my dad's shop. By week 4, it was 25. My dad's shop started falling apart. He couldn't track which clients needed what services. He missed reminders and lost repeat business. He ordered wrong parts multiple times without my inventory system. Suppliers demanded upfront payment because he'd missed invoices I would have caught. 2 months in, I was actually profitable. I hired Marcus, a recently certified mechanic who was grateful to have a boss who paid overtime. 3 months in, my dad's shop had lost at least 40% of its regular customers. I knew because they were now mine. That's when he showed up at my garage. It was a Tuesday afternoon and I was finishing an inspection on a Camry. I heard the door and looked up. There he was. He looked terrible, thinner, exhausted, older than I'd ever seen him. He said we needed to talk. I wiped my hands on a rag and didn't invite him further inside. I asked what about. He said I was destroying him, that I'd stolen his clients and his business. I told him I didn't steal anything. He kicked me out, remember? These clients chose to follow me because I gave them good service. He said he'd given me everything, a job, a place to live, and this was how I repaid him. I felt that familiar guilt trying to surface, but I pushed it down. I said he gave me a job where he underpaid me, overworked me, and took credit for everything I built. He didn't give me anything. I earned it. And when I asked to be treated fairly, he threw me away. He said he was angry, that I'd blindsided him before a major deadline, I cut him off. He screwed up the parts order and expected me to fix it on my own time, for free. I set a boundary, and he couldn't handle it. He was quiet for a moment. Then he asked what I wanted. Money? He could pay me what I'd asked for. Just come back. Please. I'd never heard him say please to me before. But I shook my head. I told him I didn't want to come back. I had my own business now. He asked me to give back his clients, or at least stop actively taking them. I said I wasn't taking them. They were choosing to leave because he couldn't provide what they needed anymore. That wasn't my fault. His expression shifted from desperate to angry. He said I was killing the family legacy, that my grandfather started that shop 40 years ago. I told him he ran it into the ground. I spent 3 years saving it, and he didn't even notice. That was on him, not me. He left without another word. I heard through friends that he tried hiring someone to rebuild the systems I'd created, but it was too late. Too many clients had left, and he'd burned bridges with suppliers. 4 months after I opened Precision Auto Care, Davidson Auto Repair closed permanently. He sold the property to a developer who's turning it into condos. Now I get emails from family members calling me selfish, his sister, a few cousins, saying I destroyed him out of spite, that I should have been the bigger person. Linda sends long texts about how I broke his heart and that family is supposed to forgive. My dad sent me one message last week, just 5 words. I hope you're happy now. The thing is, I am happy. My business is growing. I'm making a living wage. I have employees who respect me and clients who appreciate my work. For the first time in years, I feel valued. But I also lie awake some nights wondering if I went too far, if I should have just given him the passwords and walked away clean. If letting his business fail makes me just as bad as he always said I was. My friends say I was protecting myself and building my own future, that he made his choices and I made mine, that I don't owe him access to systems I built with my own skills and time. But that legacy is gone now. So was I wrong for letting his arrogance destroy his business? Or was I finally standing up for myself after years of being used? When my father stole my savings, I made sure his secret life fell apart. I, 26, had been working overseas in Singapore for the past 5 years, sending money home every single month to my parents. My father, 52, was supposed to be managing a savings account for me, money I was putting away to buy a house when I finally came home for good. The whole thing started when I was 21, fresh out of college. I landed this construction management job in Singapore, and the pay was honestly incredible compared to what I could make back home in the Philippines. My father suggested we open a joint account for emergencies, but he promised most of the money would stay untouched. It made sense at the time. I was young, living abroad, and he was my dad. Why wouldn't I trust him? Every month, I'd send around $800 to $1,000, sometimes more during bonus season. I lived in this cramped studio apartment with 2 other guys just to save more. Skipped vacations, rarely went out, ate cheap meals. All of it was for that future house. My father would send me occasional updates saying the account was looking good or that my future house fund was growing. After 5 years, I should have had around $45,000 to $50,000 saved up, enough for a decent down payment, maybe more. 3 months ago, I finally came home for what was supposed to be a celebratory visit. I was excited, ready to check the account and start looking at properties, but my father seemed nervous. He kept delaying the bank visit, making excuses about being busy or the bank being closed. Then I started noticing other things. My mother looked exhausted, like she'd aged 10 years. The house seemed run down, despite all the money I'd been sending. 2 days after arriving, I insisted we go to the bank together. That's when everything fell apart. The account balance was $3,247. 5 years of sacrifice, and that's all that was left. My father started stuttering, sweating, claiming there were family emergencies. When I pressed him for details, he couldn't name a single specific emergency. I felt sick. All those years living in that tiny apartment, working 60-hour weeks, sending money home. Gone. That night, my father had the audacity to turn it around on me. We had this family dinner with my aunts, uncles, and cousins. Right there, in front of everyone, he started blaming me. He said I should have sent more, that this was my fault for not being here, that I thought money grew on trees. Then he hit me with the worst part. He told me I was young and single anyway, that I could just start over, but he had a family to feed. I just sat there, speechless, humiliated in front of everyone while he played the victim. Something inside me snapped, but I stayed quiet. For now. The next morning, I started noticing more things. My father leaving the house at odd hours, dressed too well for someone who supposedly had no money. An expensive watch that wasn't there before. A new smartphone he couldn't have afforded on his salary. And my mother's face when she thought no one was looking, completely defeated and broken. That's when I knew something else was going on, and I was going to find out exactly what. I need to explain how I figured out where my money actually went. I started with my father's phone, waited until he was in the shower one day, grabbed it, and started scrolling through his messages. That's when I found texts to someone saved as Babe, with heart emojis everywhere. Mentions of our place, dinner dates, complaints about his wife, my mother. I felt my stomach drop. Then I went through his desk drawer while he was out. He kept old bank statements there, probably thought no one would look. The pattern was obvious once I saw it. Large withdrawals every single week, and the dates matched up perfectly with those text messages to his mistress. There were also receipts from cockfighting arenas, small-time casinos, sports betting slips. My father had been gambling and funding an affair with my money. 3 days into my investigation, I found my mother crying in the kitchen at 2 a.m. She couldn't sleep. Neither could I. That's when she finally told me everything. She'd known for 2 years. My father had a mistress, 34 years old, who worked at a local salon. He'd been paying rent for an apartment, buying her gifts, taking her on trips. The gambling started small but became an addiction, and he'd been using my money to chase his losses. But it got worse. My father had borrowed money from neighbors, relatives, even loan sharks. We had debts I didn't even know about. My mother showed me collection notices. We were about to lose the house. When I asked why she never told me, she said she didn't want to burden me while I was working so hard overseas. She was terrified that exposing him would destroy what was left of the family. I was torn. Part of me wanted to confront him privately, keep it in the family. This was the man who taught me to ride a bike, who came to my graduation. But then I remembered that dinner. Him blaming me, humiliating me, telling me to start over while he was living this secret life. And my mother was suffering, working extra hours as a seamstress just to cover his debts while he spent my money on another woman. That's when I decided silence wasn't mercy anymore. It was just enabling him to keep destroying our family. I was going to expose everything, but I needed to be smart about it. I spent the next week digging deeper. I befriended a cousin who worked at my father's company and found out he'd been lying about overtime, leaving work early to see his mistress. I found the apartment, a small studio in the next town over, rented under his name. I learned the mistress was actually married with 2 kids, and her husband worked night shifts, so he had no idea. I documented everything. Took photos, screenshots, saved bank statements, kept receipts. I built a complete timeline of every lie, every stolen dollar, every betrayal. My mother saw what I was doing and asked what my plan was. I told her I was going to burn his entire world down. She cried, but then she looked at me and said, to do what I needed to do. She was done protecting him. That's all the permission I needed. I waited until Sunday, when I knew the whole family would be at my aunt's house for a birthday party. I printed everything and organized it into folders. The night before, I gave my mother all the evidence privately. She cried, then got angry, then determined. She told me to do what I needed to do. Sunday morning, I sent an anonymous package to the mistress's husband with all the proof of the affair. That afternoon at the party, I pulled my father aside with my uncle and aunt, the family elders. I showed them everything, the bank statements, the text messages, photos of my father with his mistress. My father tried to deny it at first, said I doctored the photos. But my uncle started checking the dates against family events, and it was obvious my father had lied about where he was dozens of times. By the end of the hour, every aunt, uncle, and cousin knew the truth. Monday morning, my father's company received an anonymous tip about his fraudulent overtime claims. They investigated and found out he'd been stealing company time for 2 years, leaving early to see his mistress while claiming overtime pay. He was fired within 3 days. The mistress's husband confronted her with the evidence I sent. She confessed everything. Apparently, my father had promised to leave my mother and had been buying her expensive gifts. She thought he was wealthy because of me working overseas. When she found out the money was actually stolen from his own son, she wanted nothing to do with him anymore. Her husband kicked her out, but she definitely didn't run to my father. Within 2 weeks, my father went from respected family man to complete outcast. This is a small town, so gossip spreads fast. Neighbors he'd borrowed money from came demanding repayment. The church community where he'd been well respected wanted nothing to do with him. Extended family cut contact. Even his friends distanced themselves. My father ended up in a cheap boarding house, working odd jobs to survive. He called me crying, apologizing, blaming everything on stress. I told him he humiliated me and said I should start over, so I was giving him the same advice. Then I blocked his number. I helped my mother file for legal separation, used what was left of my savings to help her rent a small space for a sewing business. Her tailoring shop is small but growing now, and she has regular clients. She's genuinely happier. She told me she should have left years ago but was too scared. It's been 3 months since everything fell apart. I have no contact with my father. My mother is doing well. Some relatives think I went too far, others support me completely. I accepted a permanent position back in Singapore, and I'm leaving again in 2 weeks. The money is gone forever. I'm starting my savings from zero again at 26. That house dream is delayed by at least 5 to 10 years now. He took my savings to build a lie, so I took his lies and made them his downfall. People keep asking if I feel guilty. Honestly, some days I do. Most days I don't. My father's sister reached out last week, saying he wants to meet and apologize properly. Maybe even try to repay the money. Part of me wants to hear him out. The other part remembers that dinner and everything he did. I still don't know if what I did was justice, or if I went too far. When my parents stole my savings to buy my brother a car, I made sure his dream job disappeared too. I'm 23, and up until a few weeks ago, I was living with my parents while working full-time at a cafe and taking online classes. My brother Tyler is 20, and he's always been the golden child. I'm not exaggerating. Since we were kids, everything revolved around what Tyler wanted, what Tyler needed, what would make Tyler's life easier. I learned pretty early on that my role in the family was to be the responsible one who didn't cause problems. For the past 3 years, I'd been saving everything I could. Every tip I made, every spare dollar from my paychecks after helping with bills, all of it went into a savings account. My parents knew about it. They'd even praised me for being so responsible and mature about planning my future. I had almost $8,000 saved up. That was enough for first and last month's rent, a deposit, and some furniture for my own place. I was maybe 2 months away from finally moving out and starting my actual life. Then, one Thursday afternoon, I checked my balance while on break at work. The account showed $127. I thought it was a bank error at first. I actually called them right there in the storage room, my hands shaking while I waited on hold. The representative confirmed that a withdrawal had been made 3 days earlier. In person. With my mother's name on the authorization form that I'd signed years ago when I first opened the account as a teenager and didn't know any better. I left work early. Didn't even ask permission, just told my manager it was an emergency and drove home. My mom was in the kitchen making dinner like it was any normal day. When I asked her about the money, she didn't even look guilty. She just kept chopping vegetables and said they'd borrowed it to buy Tyler a car. He'd gotten a new job at some tech startup downtown, and he needed reliable transportation. She actually said I could always save again, because I'm young, but Tyler needed this opportunity more right now. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. That money represented 3 years of double shifts, sore feet, burned hands from the espresso machine, and saying no to everything I wanted. Tyler hadn't worked consistently in over a year. When my dad got home, I tried to explain how wrong this was. He just backed her up, said it was family helping family and that I was being dramatic about the whole thing. That's when Tyler walked in through the garage, jingling his new car keys. A used BMW. He actually had the nerve to smirk at me and say something about how maybe if I wasn't too broke to afford my own car, I'd understand what it's like to have nice things. I lost it. Not yelling or throwing things, but I told them exactly what I thought. That they'd stolen from me, that they'd always favored him, that this was the last time they'd get to treat me like I didn't matter. My mom called me selfish. My dad said I was being childish and that this is just how families work. That night, lying in my childhood bedroom that I'd been desperately trying to escape, something in me changed. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was completely done with all of them. The next week was awful. I barely spoke to any of them. I started looking into credit cards and personal loans, trying to figure out how I was supposed to move out now with basically nothing. I picked up every extra shift the cafe would give me. Tyler, meanwhile, kept parking that BMW right in front of my bedroom window, like he wanted to rub it in my face every single day. Then I overheard something that changed everything. I was coming down the hallway and heard Tyler on the phone in his room with the door half open. He was talking about an internship, a really competitive one at a tech company called Vertex Solutions. He sounded excited, saying this could change everything for him, and how the position could turn into a full-time role after 6 months. Here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I used to work at Vertex Solutions. It was my job before the cafe, back when I was trying to break into the tech industry myself. I'd left on excellent terms about a year ago to focus on finishing my degree, and my old manager Sarah was still there. She was head of their internship program now. I sat with that information for 2 days. Part of me knew what I was considering was nuclear. But another part of me, the part that had watched my entire future get handed to my brother on a silver platter bought with my own money, just didn't care anymore. Tyler had a history that my parents had spent years covering up. When he was 18, he got fired from a retail job for stealing from the register. Small amounts, but enough that they let him go. My parents begged them not to press charges. Then at 19, He got fired from a restaurant for taking money from a coworker's purse in the break room. Again, my parents smoothed it over, paid the girl back, convinced her not to report it. Both times, Tyler had texted me panicking, begging me to help him deal with our parents. I'd saved some of those messages, including screenshots of the HR conversations and termination notices he'd sent me as proof, in case our parents didn't believe his version of events. I'd kept all of it, because I wanted evidence of how our parents protected him from consequences, while I got lectured for the smallest things. On Wednesday evening, I messaged Sarah on LinkedIn. Kept it casual at first, just asking how she'd been and hoping the team was doing well. She responded within an hour, really warm and friendly. Then I asked if she was still handling the internship program. She said yes. They were actually reviewing applications right now for a summer position. I took a breath and typed it out. Told her I needed to share something uncomfortable, said my brother had applied, and that I felt obligated to give her context she deserved to have. Then I explained everything. The theft at both jobs, the terminations, the pattern of behavior. I attached the old screenshots, the messages where Tyler admitted what he'd done, the HR documentation. I kept it professional. Said I understood she had to do what was right for the company. But I couldn't, in good conscience, stay silent when I knew this information. Sarah thanked me within 20 minutes. Said she appreciated my honesty and that integrity was exactly what they looked for in referrals. She didn't say what she'd do with the information, but I knew. I absolutely knew. Tyler found out he didn't get the internship 3 weeks later. He was furious about it. Couldn't understand why, since his interview had apparently gone great. My parents were confused too. They'd been counting on this working out, probably because Tyler's new job at the startup had turned out to be barely part-time, with inconsistent hours. I didn't say anything. I just went to work, came home, saved my tips, and started rebuilding my fund from zero. Then the car became a problem. Tyler couldn't keep up with the insurance payments, the gas, the maintenance. The startup cut his hours even more. My parents couldn't help because they'd already drained their own savings on the down payment. By month 2, Tyler was panicking about the monthly payment plan they'd set up for the remaining balance. Last week he sold it. Some guy from Facebook Marketplace gave him less than what they'd paid, but it was enough to get out from under the debt. Tyler was absolutely miserable. The golden child had his shiny toy taken away, and for once, my parents couldn't swoop in and fix it for him. That's when my mom figured it out. I don't know how exactly. Maybe she talked to Sarah somehow, or maybe Tyler mentioned where he'd applied and she put the pieces together. She confronted me in the kitchen one night, called me vindictive and cruel, said I'd sabotaged my own brother. My dad joined in, said I'd ruined his future, and that what I did was unforgivable. I didn't yell this time. I just asked them if they remembered stealing $8,000 from me. Asked them if they'd ever planned on paying it back. There was silence. Then my mom said that was different because they're family, and family makes sacrifices for each other. I told them Tyler's pattern of theft was exactly why he didn't deserve that internship, and I wasn't going to let him scam a company I respected just because they wanted to keep pretending he was perfect. My dad told me to get out. So I did. I'm staying with a friend from work now, sleeping on her couch until I can figure something else out. Tyler sent me a long text yesterday calling me every name in the book. Said I destroyed his life over one mistake, which is hilarious because it was multiple mistakes, but sure. My parents have been sending messages too, saying I owe him an apology, that I'm jealous, that I need to fix this. I haven't responded to any of them. Here's what I keep going back to. They stole from me. They handed everything to him and never thought twice about how it would affect me. But I actively made sure he lost an opportunity. I used information against him that maybe I should have let stay buried. My friend says they deserved it, that sometimes you have to be the karma that people have been dodging their whole lives. But another part of me wonders if I went too far. if I became just as bad as them? Was I wrong for letting karma use my hands? Or was it finally time they saw who they were really protecting?
When they sold my inheritance, I made sure they lost everything they stole from me. I'm 25 now, and I need to tell you about my Aunt Linda, 52, and Uncle Greg, 54. They took me in after my parents died in a car accident when I was 8. Everyone always told me how lucky I was, how generous they were to raise someone else's kid. I heard it constantly from teachers, neighbors, distant relatives at holiday gatherings. Linda and Greg made sure everyone knew what saints they were. What nobody knew was that my parents had left me everything: a house and a trust fund for my education. I didn't understand the details back then, but I remember a lawyer coming to our house before the accident. I was playing in the next room and heard him tell my parents that everything was secured for my future. At the time, I didn't think much about it. I was 7 and more interested in my dolls than legal documents. Growing up with Linda and Greg felt like walking on eggshells. They never hit me or anything like that, but there was this constant atmosphere of debt, like I owed them for existing. Every time I needed new shoes or wanted to do an after-school activity, there was a conversation about cost, about sacrifice. When I was 16, I wanted to join the debate team. Linda sat me down and explained that the travel expenses were too much, that they'd already spent so much on raising me. I felt guilty for even asking. I started working at a coffee shop junior year of high school, saved everything for college because I knew I'd need it. When I turned 18, I finally asked about the trust fund my parents had supposedly left me. Greg looked me right in the eye and said it had been used up paying for my private school tuition and living expenses over the years. He showed me some statements that didn't make much sense to me, but I was 18 and didn't know anything about finance. I actually felt bad for asking, like I was being ungrateful. College was brutal. State school on a partial scholarship, working 2 jobs to cover the rest. Linda and Greg didn't help at all. They said they were struggling financially. But they renovated their kitchen that year, bought a new SUV, took a trip to Europe for their anniversary. When I pointed out that this seemed inconsistent with being broke, Linda cried and called me ungrateful. I stopped asking questions after that. Everything changed junior year. I was taking a finance class and we had an assignment about estate planning. My professor mentioned that property sales are public record. You can look up any address and see the ownership history. Something clicked in my head. That weekend, I looked up my parents' old house, the one I barely remembered but had driven past a few times. It had been sold 8 years prior for $340,000. The seller was listed as Gregory Mitchell, acting as my legal guardian. There was a notarized document with my signature on it, supposedly giving consent to the sale. I was 10 years old when that document was dated. I never signed anything at 10. I never even knew the house was being sold. I requested copies of everything. The more I dug, the worse it got. The trust fund hadn't been used for my education. It had been drained through withdrawals marked as guardian expenses, money that went straight into their personal accounts. They'd stolen everything my parents left me and then made me feel like a burden while they spent it. I didn't confront them. Not yet. I just started collecting evidence. I spent the next 3 months building my case. Every document got copied and organized. I created a separate email account and monitored everything about them. Property alerts on their house, screenshots of every vacation photo they posted on Facebook, every new purchase they bragged about. I wanted a complete record of where my money had gone. The lawyer I found through University Legal Aid looked at everything for 2 hours. When she finally spoke, she told me it was fraud. Forgery, theft, breach of fiduciary duty. She said they could go to prison. I asked how strong the case was, and she said, criminal charges strong. But she also told me to wait until after graduation to file.
It would be cleaner if I wasn't dependent on them in any way. So I waited 18 more months. I smiled at family dinners. I said thank you when Linda bought me clearance clothes for Christmas while wearing a bracelet I'd probably paid for. I played the grateful niece while documenting every single thing. Every email about their finances. Every text where Linda complained about money before posting vacation pictures. I requested old bank statements from when I was a minor. By the time I graduated, the case was airtight. I filed the week after graduation. They got served on a Tuesday morning. Linda called me within the hour, hysterical, asking if I knew what was happening. I told her I knew about the house. I knew about the trust fund. I had all the documents. She went silent. Then Greg grabbed the phone and called me an ungrateful bitch. Said they raised me, fed me, clothed me. I told him he did it with my own money, and that I'd see them in court. The legal process took 14 months. They hired a lawyer who clearly thought this would be easy to dismiss. But when my attorney presented the evidence at the preliminary hearing, I watched their guy's face go white. The forged signature, the trust fund withdrawals that violated every legal responsibility they had, the unauthorized sale of my house, all of it laid out clearly. Their lawyer tried arguing that raising a child is expensive, that they'd used the money for my benefit. My attorney had receipts showing they'd spent over $200,000 on personal luxuries during the years they claimed to be struggling. The Europe trip, the kitchen, Greg's motorcycle collection, Linda's cosmetic procedures. We also had testimony from my high school guidance counselor, who remembered me working excessive hours and nearly dropping out because I couldn't afford college. If they'd been using my inheritance properly, why was I working myself to death? The judge wasn't sympathetic, especially after we showed that they'd taken out loans against my parents' house before selling it. They'd essentially stolen from me twice. The criminal charges came next, because the forgery was so obvious. They'd faked a 10-year-old signature on legal documents and paid someone to notarize it. That notary lost his license and faced charges too. I attended every hearing. Linda cried constantly. Greg got angry and tried painting me as vindictive, but the evidence buried them. The house sale money should have left about $180,000 after paying off mortgages. It all went into their personal accounts. The trust fund had $75,000. They withdrew everything within 6 years for personal expenses. The civil case resolved first. The judge ordered them to return everything plus interest and damages, just over $600,000 total. They didn't have it. They'd spent it all. So they had to sell everything. Their house, Greg's motorcycles, Linda's jewelry, their cars. Everything went. They pleaded guilty to avoid prison. Part of the deal was full restitution. They also got probation and community service. During sentencing, Linda looked at me and mouthed that she was sorry. I looked away. The restitution took another 8 months. They liquidated everything and it still wasn't enough. They're on a payment plan now for the remaining balance. Every month for the next 10 years, I get a check from them. Every month, I'm reminded that I won. My parents' house had been sold to a family years ago. They were innocent buyers, so I didn't try to take it back from them. But with the settlement money, I bought a small commercial building and converted it into my home and office space. I started a family law consultancy 6 months ago. I specialize in estate disputes, guardianship abuse, helping people recover assets stolen by family members. Turns out my story isn't unique at all. There are so many people out there who've been robbed by the people who were supposed to protect them. Business is actually pretty steady. I work with other lawyers as a consultant and expert witness on cases similar to mine. I also take pro bono cases for people who can't afford legal help but have clear evidence of theft. It feels right, using what happened to me to help other people. Linda and Greg live in a two-bedroom apartment now on the edge of town. Greg works at a hardware store. Linda's a receptionist at a dental office. They drive a car that's 15 years old. I know this because it's a small area and people talk, not because I'm keeping tabs on them. My grandmother visits me sometimes. She apologized for not seeing what was happening when I was younger, for not questioning why I was struggling so much if they supposedly had my inheritance. I told her it wasn't her fault. They lied to everyone. Some family members still think I went too far, that I should have taken a settlement and moved on instead of pushing for criminal charges. My cousin told me at a funeral that I destroyed 2 lives over money. I told her they destroyed my childhood and stole my parents' legacy first. They made their choices. I don't regret any of it. Sometimes I wonder if I should feel guilty about how hard their lives are now. But then I remember being 18 and believing I had nothing. I remember working double shifts and skipping meals to save for textbooks. I remember the shame of thinking I was a burden, when the whole time they were spending my inheritance on luxuries. They thought stealing from an orphan would go unpunished. I turned their greed into their ruin. I've been thinking about something lately, though. The notary who forged my signature died 2 years ago, so I can't ask him. But Linda and Greg could tell me when they first decided to do it. Was it right after my parents died? Or did they convince themselves over time that it was okay? Did they ever feel guilty? Or did they always see me as a burden they deserved compensation for? Part of me thinks their justifications don't matter. But another part of me needs to understand how 2 people could look at a grieving 8-year-old and see a payday. I don't know if confronting them would give me closure or just reopen wounds that are finally starting to heal. Maybe some questions are better left unanswered. Or maybe I'll knock on their apartment door next week and finally ask. I haven't decided yet. When they stole my inheritance, I turned their forever home into my biggest project. I'm 28 now, but this whole thing started when I was 22 and my grandfather died. He was honestly the only person in my family who ever really got me. He helped pay for college, taught me about money and investing, always told me I was going to do something big with my life. So when he passed, I completely fell apart. I couldn't eat for weeks. I barely remember the funeral. 3 days after we buried him, we had the will reading. I was still a mess, sitting in this lawyer's office, some guy named Tom Breslow who kept being super buddy-buddy with my Uncle Richard. The lawyer read out that my grandfather left me $180,000 and this 12-acre plot of land about 40 minutes outside the city. My mom got the house. My uncle got stocks and some personal stuff. I just sat there crying the whole time. I wasn't thinking about money or property. I just wanted him back. That's when things started getting weird. Within a week, my uncle was at our house almost every night. He'd sit with my mom in the kitchen, talking about how I was too young to handle that kind of responsibility, how I didn't know anything about property management, and the taxes would destroy me. My Aunt Carol would add these stories about young people who inherited money and lost everything. My mom was grieving too, and she wasn't thinking straight. And honestly, neither was I. I was 22, depressed, barely getting out of bed. When my uncle said they could help manage the land until I was ready, I just nodded. 2 weeks later, Tom Breslow called me into his office. He had all these papers spread out and started explaining that for tax purposes and to protect the asset, it would be better to temporarily transfer the land into a family trust managed by my uncle. He used so many legal terms I didn't understand. He kept saying this was standard practice, that my grandfather would have wanted the family to handle it together, that I'd still benefit from everything. I signed the papers. I was stupid and sad, and I just signed. For the next 3 years, I barely thought about it. I asked my uncle about the land maybe twice, and he always said they were exploring options, not to worry, just focus on my career. So I did. I worked long hours at a marketing firm, tried to build my life, tried to move past losing my grandfather. Then one day I was scrolling through this local real estate development page during a slow day at work, and I saw it. A photo spread of these luxury villas. The article called it Riverside Heights, this new exclusive community developed by Richard Chen Properties, my uncle's company. And the location was exactly where my grandfather's land was supposed to be. I stared at my screen for 20 minutes. My hands were shaking. The article said there were 8 completed villas selling for $600,000 to $850,000 each. More were under construction. The next day I went to the county property records office and pulled every document I could find. The land had been transferred directly into my uncle's name just 4 months after my grandfather died. No family trust. Nothing. He'd gotten permits, started construction, and built his whole empire on what was supposed to be mine. I sat in my car in that parking lot, and I didn't cry. I just got angry. The kind of cold, clear anger that makes you think straight for the first time in years. I called a lawyer that afternoon, not a family friend, a real one. Her name was Patricia Okonkwo, and she specialized in estate fraud. I showed up to our first meeting with a folder full of printed property records, old emails, and a copy of my grandfather's original will. I dumped it all on her desk and asked if I could get my inheritance back. She went through everything for 2 hours. Then she looked up at me and said we weren't just getting it back. We were going to make this hurt. The next 4 months I turned into a detective. Patricia explained, we needed solid proof of intentional fraud, not just a family misunderstanding. So I started gathering everything. I tracked down my grandfather's old accountant, who still had copies of documents showing the land was meant only for me. No trust, no shared ownership, just me. I found the paralegal who used to work for Tom Breslow and had quit. She met me at a coffee shop and eventually gave a sworn statement that Tom had knowingly drawn up fraudulent documents for my uncle, that the family trust paperwork I signed was deliberately vague and was never even properly filed. I got my mom to finally tell me the truth about those conversations with my uncle. She admitted, crying the whole time, that Richard convinced her I'd waste the money, that he promised he was protecting me. She had no idea he was planning to develop it himself. I went through every email and text I could find from that time. I found one where my uncle told Tom to keep the language confusing so I wouldn't ask questions. I found texts between Richard and Carol celebrating when they got permits approved, calling it their retirement project. Patricia built the case piece by piece. By month 3, we had everything: fraudulent transfer, breach of fiduciary duty, conspiracy. She said we could even push for criminal charges if we wanted. We filed the lawsuit on a Tuesday morning. By that afternoon, my uncle was calling me non-stop. I didn't answer. He showed up at my apartment building and I just watched him from my window. By Wednesday, a local news outlet picked up the story. They interviewed Patricia, and she was perfect, just calmly laying out the entire timeline on camera. By Thursday, 2 of my uncle's business partners had pulled out of future projects. By Friday, the story spread to 3 more news sites, and one of them found other people who had questionable dealings with Richard Chen Properties. The comments were brutal. My uncle tried to settle. He offered me $200,000 to drop everything. Patricia laughed when she showed me the email and said we were going to trial. The trial lasted 8 days. Tom Breslow showed up looking like he'd aged a decade. The paralegal testified. The accountant testified. My mom testified and apologized to me on the stand. I watched my uncle's face turn red. The evidence was overwhelming. The jury didn't even need a full day. The judge ordered full restitution. The land was returned to me immediately, along with all profits my uncle had made from the development. That came out to just over $3.2 million after all the fees. The court also suspended Tom's law license and recommended the DA look into criminal charges. Richard Chen Properties collapsed within 6 months. No one wanted to work with him anymore. His reputation was completely destroyed. Carol even left him, not because of the fraud, but because they were broke. Getting the land back felt surreal. I stood on that property for the first time in 6 years and just walked around for hours. The villas my uncle had built were half finished, abandoned when his company went under. They just looked like expensive skeletons sitting there. I could have sold everything and walked away with the money. But I kept thinking about my grandfather and how he used to talk about that land like it was full of possibility, like it was meant for something good. So I hired Patricia's husband, who's a developer, and we designed something completely different. We tore down the unfinished villas and built a wellness retreat center. Meditation spaces, therapy gardens, art studios, a small community kitchen. I named it Robert's Place after my grandfather. It's not some luxury resort. It's a place where people can come when they're grieving, or lost, or just need time to heal. We charge on a sliding scale. Some people don't pay anything at all. The billboard went up 6 months after we opened. It's right on the highway, impossible to miss if you're driving into the city from the west. That's exactly the route my uncle has to take to get to the one consulting job he managed to find after everything fell apart. Big letters that say, Robert's Place Wellness Retreat, Healing Community, Justice, with a photo of my grandfather smiling. I've seen my uncle twice since the trial, once at a family funeral where he stood on the opposite side of the room and left early, once at a gas station where we made eye contact and he looked away first. We haven't spoken. My mom and I are still working on our relationship. She apologized over and over, but trust takes time to rebuild. She volunteers at the retreat sometimes. I think it helps her feel like she's making things right. Tom Breslow was disbarred, and I filed a separate lawsuit against him that he settled. That money went into a scholarship fund for first-generation college students at my grandfather's alma mater. The retreat's been open for 2 years now. We've hosted over 400 people. I still work in marketing part-time, but most of my energy goes into this place. Sometimes I sit in my grandfather's memorial garden there, and I swear I can feel him being proud of me. People ask if I feel guilty about what happened to my uncle, if I think I went too far, destroyed his life over money. But here's the thing. I didn't ruin their lives. They did. They made the choice to steal from a grieving 22-year-old. They made the choice to lie and manipulate and forge documents. I just made sure there were consequences. I just made sure justice wore my grandfather's smile. I sleep fine at night. The retreat is thriving. My grandfather's legacy is helping people heal instead of lining my uncle's pockets. And every time Richard drives past that billboard, he knows exactly what he lost. Not just the money or the business, but any chance of me ever looking at him like family again. Would you have gone this far?